I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper. I got nightmares in my head, I fear. Thoughts build up until I can't hear. That my mind fills up into a creature, and it haunts me somewhere much deeper.
Hey guys, we're going to go straight to the live coverage of day 4 in the trial of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez Reed, right? She's looking a little bit different today. Anyway, let's go straight to that right now.
There's 2 clear notches. Something goes in them. Well, one of them is the safety position. The next one is the load position. The one that's very difficult to see, and I almost obliterated it, is down at the bottom of my circle. That's
Sorry about this. I think it's maybe because I've got this open as well.
the piece that goes in those 3 locations. Sear of the trigger, so it's an incomplete trigger.
Sorry.
And finally, the object up here has two.
And based on your document review, do you have an
Oh, is it still buffering on screen?
opinion about how the bolt, the trigger sear, and the hammer were damaged? What took place that caused that damage?
The hammer had to be in the full cock position, and one or more
Damn it. I really don't know what's going on.
Substantial blows, impacts.
I think while they're in recess, I'm gonna just quickly reboot. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly. I'll be away for about a minute.
Mr. Haig, let's shift gears for just a moment. Based on everything that you reviewed, and also the examination and the firing of this gun that you yourself participated in, have you seen any evidence that the full cock hammer notch was filed or modified to allow faster shooting?
No.
Thank you, sir.
Wasn't that one of Baldwin's arguments? Was that the weapon was modified and that may have weakened it? And so this expert's saying he hasn't seen any evidence
I'm
of that.
showing you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 134. Can you explain to the jury what we're looking at here?
Yes, you're looking at two triggers from a Colt reproduction single action revolver. The lower one is from probably the very pistol that's here today. It was a new Pieta Colt single action that my younger son owns. So that's the way it should look. The one above is the broken damaged trigger, and the tip of the sear is not even present in this picture. So that area that's missing, just trying to get the hang of this, it's right there.
Okay. And I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 137. Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, this is a view through an instrument called a stereo microscope to which a camera's been attached. And you're looking at a putting back together, so to speak, like a broken teacup, where I'm putting the two parts together. And all that roughness you see there are manufacturing marks. Those aren't breakage marks, but just when they made the part on the one side of it, it's been machined. And under the microscope, you can see those lines. So if you look at that, you can sort of see the contour agrees. And if we put them, my son and I put them right back together, you just see a faint line. So we deliberately pulled them apart a little bit so you can see they're two pieces, not just a crack in a piece.
So just to be clear, what we're looking at here in State's Exhibit 137 is the trigger with the top part of the sear, and then the part of the sear that was broken off. Is that right?
Yes, two pictures back. If you remember, there was a little piece of metal off to one side and the trigger with a piece missing. That's what you're looking at here. Those have been put back together, are brought close together under the microscope.
And this is just a demonstration that the piece of the sear that broke off fits back on to the trigger sear mechanism, sort of like pieces of a puzzle.
Yes.
Okay.
That it's not ground off or rounded off, it's snapped off, it's broken off.
State's Exhibit 138. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Again, you're looking through the microscope at the evidence hammer as I saw it. And this area, try to do this a little better. That's where there should be a nice right angle step, and there isn't. It's just rounded off toward the right. The other two are the load notch, and they truly are notches, and the quartercock or safety notch. But the circle area should not look like that. There's no step there at this point.
And it's your opinion that that was shaved off during the aggressive testing at the FBI.
Yes.
States Exhibit 139. Can you tell us what we've got here?
Council may ask, were these introduced? Were they admitted
Yes,
earlier?
I believe so. I asked to admit.
Look at, oh, sorry about that. Look at her body language there. She's got her arms folded and dressed completely in black. She kind of looks like a totally different person. I mean, she even looks quite different to how she looked on the first 3 days, doesn't she? She seems like someone who is very aware of her appearance, as I mean, a lot of the young people are.
Oh, 130 through 146. Okay, thank you.
Got it. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
You're looking at 4 hammers in sort of an oblique view. 3 of them, my younger son and I provided. I bought 2. He took 1 out of the revolver you saw here today. But the one here is the evidence hammer. And if you look across at the other 3, you can see that they're visually quite different. And again, the evidence hammer has very little left for the sear of even an unbroken trigger to rest on. So that was the purpose, just to show what do these things look like, and does the manufacturer make them in a reproducible way? And of course they do.
Okay, thank you. States Exhibit 135.
Yes, this is again, company calls it the bolt. I know it as the cylinder stop latch. You, as a user, would only see that part. Comes up and down inside the frame of the gun to lock the cylinder up or to release it. The rest of it's well within the gun, and it's being operated when you pull the hammer back, and it's broken. One of the little ears or tabs is broken off.
Can you hold up your exemplar revolver and just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the area of that bolt that you have circled? Can you just show the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the notches on the cylinder where that engages?
Sure. You might be able to see the notches here. They come around. That's where the latch goes in. You can't see the latch unless we disassemble the gun. If you were to have this in the jury room and you were to look through here, there's a little bit of daylight. I can see it pop up and I can hear it go into the battery, so to speak. But otherwise you will not see it. You just know if it's working or not.
And show me, I'm sorry, can you show me the notches on the cylinder where?
Sure. Let's bring it to the load position.
Let's walk around so that they can see.
So I'm really glad that they've done this. You may remember I said earlier, you should have a revolver in court and practically show what you're talking about. Otherwise, it's all very hypothetical. And so it's good to see them actually doing this. This doesn't seem to be the weapon used in the shooting. She refers to it as an exemplar, so it's basically just similar.
Here's right at one of them.
They can't really show this because he's right by the jury.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
What I'd be very interested to know is whether the prosecution purposefully chose a very senior fellow. You know, this guy, I think, is an armorer, isn't a weapons expert, but you can see he's pretty senior. I'm sure they could have found someone younger, but I think what they're trying to express here is how young and what a junior kind of person Hannah was for her role through, contrast.
I'm going to shift gears real quick because then we're going to have to move to another machine. Were you also asked to examine some ammunition in this case?
A lot of ammunition, yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 131. Do you recognize that?
I do.
What's that?
It's a disassembled 45 Colt cartridge with a type of bullet known to the shooting community as a semi-wad cutter bullet. The red material is just a lubricant that can be any color. So it's not the red color that's important. It's the shape of the nose of this bullet called a semi-wad cutter.
And what's this? That States Exhibit 132.
That's a much better picture of the contents of that packet. The cartridge case is on the right. The semi-wad cutter cast lead bullet. This bullet was made in a bullet mold. Is right there. You can see the truncated cone is the $10 description of that nose shape. It was going to be a cone, got truncated at the top. Again, semi-wad cutter bullet is the other name for it. And in the vial is the propellant, and that's a propellant very well known to me called Trail Boss. It's designed and intended for cowboy action shooting and lead bullets in traditional firearms like this.
And sir, what was your understanding of the source of this cartridge? And when I say source, I mean in terms of the relevant locations in this case.
This was one of a number of cartridges like this that came from a supplier in Albuquerque of ammunition,
Okay.
props, dummy cartridges, so on.
Do you know if that was PDQ props?
Yes, I recognize the name.
Okay, thank you. And States Exhibit 133, what's this?
This is one of 5 live cartridges that were recovered by investigators from this scene. You can probably see that the powder looks very different. It's smaller, it's darker, doesn't have that little donut shape. The bullet style is also very different. Setting the blue lubricant aside, this is a round nose bullet with a truncated nose. So it would have been completely round had the bullet mold not had this flat area to produce this flat appearance. And this is pretty much like a traditional bullet from the late 1800s, early 1900s. And again, a cartridge case, 45 Colt cartridge case is on the left. So if we have a live primer in that cartridge and put it all back together, it's a live cartridge, not a dummy.
So Mr. Haig, if I went to a gun store and I bought a box of ammunition, let's say I'm buying 45 Colt caliber ammunition, would that box perhaps include what we're seeing in 133 and also what we're seeing in 132?
From professionally made purchased ammunition, you're not going to see an M&M situation or mixed bullets. They're all going to be the same weight, style, same kind of propellant, same head stamps.
An M&M
Same
situation.
kind of
Yeah, you
primer.
wouldn't.
They can come either nickel plated or plain brass.
And the live ammunition that was taken from the set of the movie Rust, can you describe the characteristics of that live ammunition in terms of the head stamp, the primer, those just sort of exterior identifying?
Yes, if we could go back to the other
Sure.
exhibit with the blue bullet, there's one of them. You can't see the primer, of course, because the cartridge is turned sideways, but it's a nickel-plated primer. It looks like chrome, shiny nickel-plated. If it were back-loaded, you would only see the top, basically half of the bullet. The part with the blue lubricant would be inside the cartridge case. And the powder, the gunpowder in the little vial would, of course, be inside that cartridge. So putting it all back together, you'd have a complete round of ammunition. The head stamp, you've probably heard that term plenty of times, so I don't need to define it, for these cartridges was Starline. It's a very well-known manufacturer of cartridge brass. They do not manufacture loaded ammunition, at least not as I sit here today. So Starline.
star line looks like a star over there, and then there's like a line, and then there's a star on the other side, and that's indented in the sort of rear of the casing. And it was that kind of just from that manufacturer that the live round was sourced to that manufacturer, Starline.
Line's well known. I use it myself. I'm a hand loader. That's what you would see if we turned that cartridge up so you could see it.
And what color was the primer on the live ammunition?
I think I said it, but I'll repeat it. Nickel plated, shiny.
I apologize. Thank you. And let me ask you, do you know, can cartridges and ammunition that look exactly like this be purchased at local gun stores?
In the gun stores I go to, yes.
And at my request, did you obtain some and send me some pictures?
Both my son and I bought boxes of commercial 45 Colt ammunition with lead round nose bullets with a flat meplet is the fancy word, M-E-P-L-A-T. It's the flat spot on the nose. The powders weren't necessarily identical to what we see here, but they're a type of pistol powder.
States Exhibit 141, what's this?
This is the outer box of one of those, which I believe my younger son, Mike, bought this one. HSM is a small ammunition company. You can probably read, it's meant for cowboy action shooting. It's a popular contest with traditional single action shooters. And those cartridges have the Starline head stamp and lead bullets with flat noses on them.
I'm going to get there. Let's go to States Exhibit 140. What's this?
Well, you can see 4 of the cartridges and their head stamp in an oblique view. That they don't say Starline, but that's their symbol. 2 little asterisks with a line going between them. And then, of course, the cartridge designation, 45 Colt, and nickel primers, shiny nickel-colored metal.
And States Exhibit 143.
This further characterizes the weight. In the United States, bullets are weighed in an archaic term, frankly, called grains, 7,000 of them in a pound. But 250 grain is the traditional classic weight of the Colt bullet. So this company, HSM, now tells us you can expect if you were to shoot one of these bullets and collect it and put it on a balance that weighs in grains, it's going to be around 250 grains, plus or minus a grain or 2 from the shooting and impact process.
So the grain comes from weighing the bullet.
That's right, just the bullet, not the cartridge or the powder.
And just as an aside, did you examine the projectile from this case, the projectile that was removed from Mr. Souza?
Yes.
And are you aware of whether or not that projectile was 250 grain at the time that the FBI had it and the time that you had it?
Yeah. No, it had lost some weight. It started out life, in my opinion, as a 200.
To PRH, anyway, first of all, thank you for following my coverage on this case. I don't think I ever mentioned that she was a smoke roller, but it has been mentioned during the course of this trial. It has come up. Remember, she was also in props.
150 grain bullet, but it suffered reduction from probably 2 sources: a heavily fouled bore. In other words, the gun barrel through which this passes had a lot of fouling in it from a black powder substitute. I was able to duplicate that phenomena. So the bullet now, like squeezing toothpaste, gets squeezed down a little bit and it gets some rubbed off. Plus it went through 2 people and it struck bone. If you've seen pictures of it, or if you do later, it's got a lot of impact damage from striking bone. So for those 2 reasons, it weighed about 240 grains, as I recall. 10 grains is not much. And it was now reduced in diameter to about 44 instead of 45.
But in your opinion, that projectile started out as a 45 Colt 250 grain bullet.
Yes.
And let me go to State's Exhibit 144. What's this?
One of the cartridges from that box of ammunition that you saw earlier has now been removed. So you see it's nice and shiny and new in the brass. And the bullet is, again, not too unlike the one with the blue lubricant in it. It's round nose and it's truncated, so it has that flat front called a meplet.
And just for completeness, State's Exhibit 146.
Yes, it's just a closer view of one of the cartridges from that SM ammunition company.
So this cartridge has the same physical characteristics in terms of the shape of the bullet. Is that right? And we're comparing them to the live rounds found on set.
Yes.
And they both have brass casings. Is that correct?
Yes,
They both have the Starline brass head stamp,
that's right.
and they both have nickel-plated primers.
Yes, yes, they do.
Thank you. That's fine. Okay, thanks. We'll just need to make a note of it like you did. I appreciate that.
Doesn't it feel a little bit like we've taken a step backwards? Like I sort of felt like, haven't we gone through the ballistics? Haven't we gone through the gunpowder? Haven't we gone through all of that sort of stuff? And I really thought today we're going to be, hearing from the crew. It's possible that we still will be. That's not to say we do need to hear from an armorer, but I'm not quite sure why we're going through bullet evidence still on day 4.
Connect over here. Sorry, guys. This is 147. Okay, hang on. Too far.
All the parts on the, with the following exceptions.
Is there an issue with audio?
The evidence revolver. Describe what we've done to put it back in operating condition. All the parts on the revolver are original with the following exceptions. This is a new trigger and sear, same piece. It's the original hammer. It does also have a replacement bolt or cylinder catch. Otherwise, as mentioned, every pin, screw, spring, whether that's the main hammer spring or the flat spring that operates the trigger, are original to the revolver.
So what we did is just as a recap, this is the Baldwin gun, is that right?
That's correct.
And the hammer, or I'm sorry, the trigger is a new unbroken trigger, is that correct?
That's also correct.
And the bolt that we saw in the photos that had kind of lost an ear, is that replaced?
Yes,
But the hammer that's in this gun is the original hammer from this gun. Is that correct?
but damaged. Yes, and that was the whole point. Does the damage, how does it affect the operation of the gun if we isolate the hammer?
So this is the hammer that you believe was damaged at the FBI.
Yes,
The full cock position. Hammer falls and is captured at the half cock position. Again,
So what did you ask your
Interesting.
son to do? He's the one holding the gun.
I asked him to go through the normal cycle. If you produced this firearm and cocked it and expected the hammer to stay cocked until you pull the trigger, it will not. Because that full cock step or notch has been rounded off. The perfectly brand new trigger cannot retain the full cock position. The hammer falls to what you just saw, and it falls to that half cock notch. So the good trigger and its sear drop into that notch, preventing the gun from firing. So that's intentional. That's what Mr. Colt intended. If somehow the gun got worn and the hammer started to drop when you cocked it, it's going to get captured. And if it gets past that point, it'll be captured by the quarter cock notch.
Okay, demonstrate the positions of the hammer, normal positions. From full down where the firing pin is protruding from the breech.
Can you see the firing pin protruding from the breech in this video?
Yes, when I first described how this gun works for you, the hammer is fully down. So it's either just fired a cartridge, or this would not be a good way to carry this gun with live ammunition, because that firing pin is resting right against a live primer if there was a cartridge in this gun. And it wouldn't take much of a blow. You don't have to hit it hard. Just drop it from a few inches in this configuration, and it'll fire.
To the cock. And from here, the trigger will not allow the hammer to drop because of the shape of the notches in the hammer. From the half cock or load condition also, pulling the trigger does not drop the hammer.
And the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore.
And then
Tell us what you mean there, and why is that important in gun handling? You indicated that the cylinder is now out of alignment with the axis of the bore.
Well, the two things you just saw was starting to bring the hammer back all the way. Went through the safety notch, cylinder's still locked up. But when you get to this position, the cylinder now rotates a few degrees, more than a few, about 10 or so. If somehow you were able to fire this gun from that position that you're looking at in the screen right now, there's going to be a real disaster because the bullet can't go down the barrel. Maybe half of it might, but the other half is going to be jammed up against that area. That's really hard to do. And you're probably going to blow the cylinder apart. You may get injured. So there again, what Mike and I were demonstrating is it's called a slip off. If you're trying to cock the gun and you lose your grasp on it, the hammer falls, that safety notch captures it. And now if we get this far, it still is going to be captured, but somehow if it got past that, the safety notch, you're going to have a damaged at the minimum or a destroyed gun and probably an injury to yourself.
And in this position where the cylinder is no longer aligned with the axis of the bore, does the firing pin hit the primer every time?
No, it can hit it just at one side, and primers are designed to detonate, and it's a proper term, with basically a central hit in the primer. If you get off to one side, you'll often have a misfire, a failure to fire. And if it gets any further than that, it hits out in the head stamp area, doesn't hit the primer at all. The more that cylinder rotates out of phase.
Doesn't it look a little like an old Charlton
the
Heston?
cylinder will be caught, when released, drops. And with lateral pressure, both directions, this one's slipping the thumb off to the right side of the hammer. This one slipping the thumb off to the left side of the hammer. All catch on the half cock as long as the trigger.
Why the example of the hammer slipping?
Why would we do that example? It can be a misadventure with this kind of firearm. One of them I described, you're trying to cock it and you lose control of it. If you haven't pulled the trigger, what you just saw will happen. Nothing. It'll capture the hammer. Similarly, you can cock a gun and then decide, as I demonstrated, I want to let the hammer down. You don't want it cocked. You're going to have to pull the trigger. You're going to have to coast that hammer down with a good thumb on this area called the spur. And when it gets past the safety notch, the proper thing is to let go of the trigger and the safety notch will capture it once again.
All right, this is August 24, 2023.
All right.
Mike Haig and Luke Haig at the Santa Fe Sheriff's laboratory. No,
Let's look at States Exhibit 147A.
This is all,
Just tell us before we play it, what are we looking at here?
This is the same evidence revolver. You're now looking at the other side, and we've removed the cylinder and the cylinder pin.
Is everything still the same though? We've got damaged hammer, everything else works.
Yes, everything else is the same. I think we wanted to see the stop latch working at one point.
Okay, we'll go ahead and play this.
2023 in the property room, the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office. And Mike, you're on to describe what we've done to the evidence gun.
so it's the item 1 revolver, the Pieta. Original parts include all the pins, screws, grip, the original hammer. It has the original hammer spring as well as the original flat spring that operates the trigger. The trigger is a replacement trigger, so the top of the sear is a functioning original piece. And as said, original hammer. It does have a replacement bolt as well. Otherwise, all parts are original.
Okay, and the hammer's in the fully forward position at this stop. The normal full cock position. Hammer falls, doesn't hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again.
I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then all the way to full.
And you can see the stop latch finally in that view. It's this little piece right there. It went down when it got to the half cock and then came back up when it reached the full cock position, because that locks the cylinder in alignment with the axis of the barrel.
And again, when it was in the full cock position and it was released and it fell and was caught at half cock, that was why.
That was as designed. That's what it should do. In that situation, the cylinder would have been aligned, but in a way it doesn't matter because it wouldn't fire.
No, I'm talking about when your son pulled it into the full cock position and it didn't stay there. Why didn't it stay there?
Again, the former full cock notch or step has just been beaten off. It's just rounded. There's no step there any longer. So it'd be the same as the edge of this witness stand. If it were round, I couldn't do that. Slip off.
Okay, I'm just going to go slowly through the video so that we can see the bolt that you were referring to. So I'm starting this video at 1 minute, 9 seconds.
There you can see the stop latch right now. It's up because it's locking the cylinder if the cylinder were in the gun. And it's still up because we're falling from the full cock. If we'd come from the hammer down to this very position, it lowers itself so we can rotate the cylinder and load and unload the gun.
Okay. Just for completeness, we'll finish playing it.
Hold, but the half cock notch captures it. Let's do it again.
I'll take it all the way down. We can see the quarter cock notch also functions. Half cock functions. And then all the way to full.
And it fails to hold, but is captured at the half cock.
I'll apply some lateral pressure to the hammer as I release it as well. That was to the right. This is to the left. And of course, because of the notches on the hammer, pulling the trigger at the safety notch or the load condition, those do not release the hammer.
Okay, I think that covered.
So based on the experiment that we did with this gun back in August of 2023, even if the hammer of the gun was damaged on October 21st of 2021, would the trigger have to be pulled for the gun to fire?
Two things. Yes, the trigger would have to be depressed or pulled. The hammer would have to be at the full cock position, and it can't be damaged because it would do what we saw here, and what you just saw here would not fire the gun.
So hypothetically, though, even if it were damaged on October 21st, the operator, that being Mr. Baldwin, would have had to have pulled the trigger.
Yes, if you could get the hammer to stay at the full cock position, that's the difficulty to overcome.
Which it doesn't want to do.
It will not do.
Well, it
Okay.
wasn't damaged.
And
Okay.
did you have an opportunity to examine the spent casing from the Rust movie set in this case?
Yes, I did.
Did you make any conclusions about whether or not that spent casing was fired from this gun?
Yes, I did.
What's that?
I'm in agreement with the FBI examiner. I was able to match it under the microscope. There are tool marks on the breech face of the gun that print themselves, literally stamp themselves into the primer. And there were a number of test fired cartridges that the Bureau prepared, that I prepared, and under a specialized microscope for this purpose, I could see a very nice identification. So in my view, the fired cartridge was fired in this gun. And then I went on to look at the shape, location, and depth of the firing pin impression as the next important question.
And let's go ahead and talk about that. The everything that you learned from the firing pin impression and what that tells you about the position that the hammer of the gun was in at the time it
That's
was
Charlton
fired.
Heston.
It tells me two things: that the cylinder was locked up and aligned, so the hammer had been pulled all the way rearward. If it had not, it wouldn't be in alignment from what I've shown
Just
you.
FYI.
Secondly, the depth of the firing pin impression told me from doing test fires, multiple test fires, and measuring all the 12 that the FBI lab conducted, that it was a cartridge that was fired from a full hammer fall, not from an effort to let the hammer down and slip off or any other misadventure, but rather a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
One final demonstration for us, if you would take your revolver out and come in front of the jurors.
Well, remember, Charlton Heston is quite old right now. Is he still alive?
And you can stand right here so that you can speak into the microphone. So just for completeness, I would like for you to demonstrate to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, using this exemplar revolver, the position that what had to have happened on October 21st, in your opinion, for this gun to fire? Let's show them rather than give them a verbal description.
It had to have a normally functioning, undamaged hammer. The handler, in this case, Mr. Baldwin, had to get it to this position. If you let go of the hammer, it would stay as you see it here. Pulling the trigger will fire it. Now you can do that as quickly as you cock it, or you can wait minutes, hours. But when I do that, if there's a live round in there, it's going to fire. Firing pin impression is going to have the full depth from this. And I've done it, if somehow I did this, I'm trying to let it down.
So what should be quite interesting is the gymnastics of the defense, where the defense are going to try and turn water into wine, try and get this. Well, I'm not actually sure what they're going to say, because it's really about the armorer, isn't it?
I'll let it slip. It either won't fire at all, or it makes a much shallower firing pin impression. I did that multiple times with the evidence gun and with the exemplars. I own several of these. My son owns several of them. So I could distinguish by the depth and the centering. This was a normal hammer fall from the full cock position.
So had the gun fired at a position less than full cock, lower than full cock, in between full and half or half and quarter, you would be able to tell that by the depth of the firing pin impression. Is that correct?
What I call a slip off. If you're trying to let the hammer down and you get about the halfway point and it slips, you also have to pull the trigger, by the way. It'll be a much shallower firing pin impression because it doesn't hit the strike. doesn't strike as hard. And from the quarter cock, if you're trying to put it in safety position and you lose control of it, again, you have to pull the trigger. It just makes an indentation in the primer, doesn't fire at all.
Thank you, sir. If you can take your seat.
He certainly was. He certainly was. So Christina asks, what is the meaning of using real guns? It's actually a replica of a type of old Pieta, but basically it is a functioning firearm. The answer to your question is they're trying very hard to make a cowboy movie look like the real thing. That's the answer.
Sir, in the what we call the discovery, in the documents and information that you reviewed, did you have an opportunity to review some videos of Mr. Baldwin on set in the church pulling the gun out of his holster?
Yes, I did.
And are you familiar with that type of holster?
Yes.
Are you familiar with this type of gun?
I'm sorry?
Are you familiar with this type of gun? I
Oh.
think you've indicated you are.
Yes, I think I own 6 or 7 of them.
Okay. Is there anything particularly difficult or dangerous about pulling this style revolver out of that style
Crossbow.
holster, in your opinion?
Not so long as you don't load it, or if you do load it, that you don't cock it and pull the trigger. Otherwise, it's safe. It's an easy movement to make. I have no problem with how to do that.
When you say it's an easy movement to make, can you think of anything, that the gun might get caught on, or anything that could create danger?
Not realistically. Again, the hammer secures itself well to be drug across clothing. And if it fell without a trigger pull, and the trigger's well shielded with a trigger guard, but if somehow the hammer got pulled off the full cock position, you've already seen what's going to happen. It gets captured at the half cock position.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness. Mr. Bowe, I'll have you disconnect us.
Does she look like an armorer? Do you think and I don't mean to sound nasty, but doesn't she seem a bit too girly, how she's presenting herself here for an armorer? And if you think about her on set, where she appears like this, see if I got that picture. On set she appears like that. Except for the glasses, look at the plaid shirt. She's kind of in the cowboy mode. Look at this one. She's not so girly over here. If you look at this one, look at the trousers in particular. Is she trying to say, I'm a cowboy? I'm just saying, what is she communicating in court right now?
Maybe approach for a moment.
What do you think she's communicating in court? Is she trying to get them to feel sorry for her? Is she trying to show there's different sides to her? Is she trying to look older than she really does? What do you think she's trying to say?
Our lunch break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll be back at council. What time do you think? Council?
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, it's 11:38. You want quarter of? Yeah.
Sure.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. So quarter of 1. Quarter of 1. Do I have that right?
Yes, you have that right.
Okay, thanks. All right. And since you're a witness, don't talk to other witnesses.
I understand.
Yeah.
All rise.
I'm a little confused. Like I can't say for sure what I think she's trying to say. I could definitely get the message in the Draconis trial. Here I'm a little confused. Ladies, what do you think is being communicated by Hannah's dress code? Is it that she's professional? Someone said that. Someone did say that. Chelsea says she's trying to look older and more mature. That's possible. MCP says she's aware of the camera. I do think she's trying to look older. Okay. So my dog has been jumping up against my knee, so I'm gonna love and leave you guys. I'm gonna go on a lunch break. Although over here it's 8:45 at night, so lunch for you, dinner for me. I'll see you guys a little bit later. So yeah, thanks a lot for joining me here. Some of you coming from the Draconis trial. I'll see you guys again a little bit later. Enjoy your lunch wherever you are. See you soon.
All right, you may be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I wanted to ask you first off, I think your conclusion, what you stated earlier, is that based on your expert review of that Baldwin revolver, the shooter had to have fully cocked that weapon and pulled that trigger to cause it to fire. Is that? Oh, I'm sorry.
Here.
I apologize. Let me start over if it's okay, Your Honor. Okay. Sir, if I can ask that again, I think your conclusion, and correct me if I'm wrong, was that the Baldwin revolver that you examined in your expert opinion, that the shooter had to have fully cocked that weapon and had to have pulled that trigger all the way, or pulled the trigger to fire it.
Yes, on the first part, I bifurcated my answer in the report, either pull the trigger, which I regard as a volitional act, or have already depressed it. If he
Yes, sir.
already depressed it, the very instant he let go of the hammer, it would fire.
So, sir, for example, if Mr. Baldwin were cross-drawing that weapon and had his finger in the trigger guard, and then he pulled it and it had it fully cocked and it slipped and let go, would that fire that weapon?
Only if he had the trigger pulled or depressed. They're
Okay.
similar, but I make a slight distinction between it being depressed versus pulled.
Okay, so, sir, so either way, that shooter had to either have it depressed, have his finger in the trigger, or pull that trigger for that to fire.
And have it cocked.
And have it cocked.
Fully cocked.
Fully cocked.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, now I noticed earlier when you were doing a demonstration with the jury, you exercised extreme muzzle discipline, I'm going to call it. You learned that, correct? Not to ever point that weapon at an individual, a human?
Long ago.
Yes, sir. Been around guns a long time?
I have.
And one of the most important rules, and I saw when you walked down, you had it either down, up. It was never pointed at a person. That's one of the most important rules of gun safety, isn't it?
I agree.
Okay. And sir, another rule that I noticed when your son was on that video, and when you were demonstrating, you never had your finger in that trigger guard. Is that another rule you learned from a long time ago?
Well, we were demonstrating something there in which the trigger
Yes.
saved the gun from firing. If we had depressed it, of course, it wouldn't be a useful demonstration.
No, and I understand. My question wasn't good. You never put your finger in that trigger guard until you were ready to pull that trigger in some manner.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the cross draw, and I know you've been around guns for a long time, but with regard to the cross draw, would you agree that somebody that was not familiar with that draw would need to have training on that draw?
You'd have to have some understanding of where the firearm is, how the holster works, whether it's got a safety strap or not. And then, of course, get it out of that area and swing it around, as was shown in the videos that I've looked at of Mr. Baldwin.
Yes, sir. And did you see the video where when he pulls it out, his finger is in the trigger guard? Did you see that?
I certainly did.
And again, that can be very dangerous, sir, based on your expert conclusion, if he has that fully cocked, correct?
And it's loaded and fully cocked. Yes.
Yes, sir. And so when you watched that video, did you make a determination as to whether he should have drawn that with his finger in the trigger guard?
It's been a while since I've looked at it. I was trying to decide a couple of other things. If that's the evidence gun, I was satisfied it was because of the plain bare metal hammer. And then, of course, looking at, can I really determine if his finger's inside the trigger guard but not on the trigger itself? I could never resolve that.
Okay.
Because of the camera angle.
And in any event, you should not have your finger on the trigger in that cross draw.
Well, it doesn't matter what it's a cross draw. It's if you're going to cock the gun, which he did after it's out. I do remember that. When it's out of the holster, you can see him cocking it. It's now clear of the holster. But I'm back to, I can't tell if he's already got the trigger depressed, or it gets pulled later.
Okay, sir. And with regard to your conclusion, I want to make sure I was clear on that. I know that you, and I don't want to use the word critical, but you didn't think that aggressive testing by the FBI was a good idea.
I didn't think it was necessary in this case, given the context. What are the issues in the case? In my mind, it was never an issue that the hammer got struck by anything or that the gun got dropped.
And so you didn't believe that the FBI even needed to do that test?
From my viewpoint, no, it
Okay.
was not a useful or necessary test to strike the hammer of the fully cocked evidence gun.
Did you also say that you did not find any damage to that weapon that would have prevented it from firing as designed? And I'm talking about not after the FBI, but prior. Is that your conclusion?
Yes, if the hammer were replaced and the trigger replaced and the bolt, it was a perfectly functioning, authentic replica of a classic firearm.
Okay, sir. And in your inspection of that weapon, that Baldwin revolver, did you see any modifications that would have changed the firing characteristics of that weapon?
No, not at all. In fact, I went through, I think there are 12 other revolvers. 9 of them are Pietas. And I took them all apart with the help of my younger son, Mike. And we looked at the sears, the triggers, the full cock notches, and they were all equivalent. You could have swapped them out because they're carefully manufactured parts. So that's how I addressed and answered that question in my own mind.
Okay, sir. So other than the FBI testing, breaking those components, you didn't see any other evidence of modification or damage?
I did not.
Okay, sir. With regard to the rounds that you were talking about, the Starline brass is used by hand loaders at times. Hand loaders use Starline brass. Is that true?
Yes, that's their primary market. I'm one of their consumers. Small ammunition companies like the box of ammunition that the prosecutor showed earlier have also used their brass. Remington, Winchester, they of course have their own.
So, and can you tell the jury a hand loader, if they use, they can use any type of primer, any type of powder, any type of bullet in a case, right? In the hand loader?
No, that's definitely not true.
Okay, what is a?
Well, let's start with the primer. That's the spark plug in your car. It's the spark plug in ammunition. There are large pistol primers and there are small pistol primers. The Colt cartridge requires a large pistol primer. There are also rifle primers that have the same dimensions, but they're harder and usually have more explosive in them. The same way there's small rifle primers. So you got 4 types. Then they could be plain brass, if that's your pleasure for aesthetics, or nickel plated. And I've seen them both ways. So we got 4 types and 2 finishes. There are even some that are custom for bench rest shooting and other exotic competition, but those are the 4 main. The powders, yet another thing. They're powders that are specifically manufactured for handguns. You've got a big bore and a heavy bullet that's got to be accelerated in a short distance. So those powders have to burn very fast and produce their energy. Rifle powders, if you shoot a 30-30 or a 30-06, you couldn't take the powder that's in one of your rifle cartridges and put it in a pistol cartridge and get it to work. It'd basically fizzle or squib. They burn it. It's like sawdust, sticks, and logs. Powders burn at different rates for shotguns, pistols, and rifles. So there's a lot of thought that's gone into this over the last century and a half of how you make all this come together to not blow up the gun, to achieve the desired pressure and velocity, and of course, produce an accurate shot.
Yes, sir. And so did you have any evidence when you looked at the live rounds from the rust set that those were hand loads or those were some other type? Did you determine that?
Well, they're in Starline brass, which is sold for hand loaders. But as I said, a commercial manufacturer can buy Starline brass, just as you saw in that one box. The bullets look more amateurish to me. In fact, I have that same bullet with the blue lube, and it's a cast bullet. It doesn't come in cartridges. So I don't have a definitive answer on you. They were virgin cases. That means They hadn't been fired previously and then reloaded. They were shiny inside. So they were first time assembled, and the powder, their physical forms, just as I mentioned, looked like a powder called Bullseye, which is probably the oldest pistol powder around. It's very popular. I use it myself. It's normally associated with hand loaders, but it doesn't stop the industry from buying a ton of it and loading a few million rounds.
Okay, sir. So you didn't make a definitive determination, but those rounds appeared amateurish, which would be more like a hand load. Is that fair?
Yes, that has kind of a demeaning character to it. I pride myself on my hand loads, and they looked fine, but they'd already been disassembled, so I didn't get to see the quality of the crimp and just where the crimp was made. That's where you hold the bullet in the cartridge case. I wished I'd seen them before they were disassembled.
So, but when you looked at it, it did appear, I'm just trying to establish, it did appear more likely to be a hand load.
Yes.
Okay. And if we could have, Gunnar, if I may approach the witness.
Are you going to mark that?
This is State's Exhibit 110. This
All
has
right.
already been.
No objection.
Yes.
Okay. It's already been admitted into evidence? Oh, yeah, if we can put.
How much of the post lunch break period did I miss? Was it about a minute or so? 2 minutes?
Do my best with this, Mr. Haig. I hope you can see this.
Yes, I can.
Okay. Do you see this is State's Exhibit 110 that's been introduced? Have you ever seen this photo?
Yes, I have.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, let me get that. So, Mr. Haig, on the right, that you're looking at right now, I have it under it. What is that type of powder?
It's a pistol powder. In my opinion, it's one called Trail Boss. That's a brand name designed for cowboy action loads in handgun, centerfire handgun cartridges. And its characteristic shape, as I say, it looks like little donuts or tires if you magnify it. It's a dull gray. It's also what's called a single base powder. So I use it myself. It's an old friend. It works well.
Okay, sir. And now I'm going to move this over and I'm going to show you this other type of powder. And what do you call that type of powder?
Of the many physical forms, it's called disc flake. That's with a hyphen, disc flake. It's little flakes in the sharp shape of discs, like little gray hockey pucks under the microscope. And without a scale, I couldn't compare that any further to, say, Bullseye or some of the other disc flake powders.
Okay, and now I'm going to try to zoom in here. Do you see in the middle of the ones you just described, you see that donut-looking shape? Right in the middle.
I see it. I don't see it as a powder particle. It's something in the holding device.
And by holding device, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. I didn't have benefit of having this in my hand to actually empty it out, as I recall. So I don't know what it is. It's not powder. That's all.
You don't think it's powder?
I'm convinced it is not a propellant or powder.
Okay, but you don't recall that particular thing when you looked at it, or when you had it, or what did you just say? I didn't understand.
If I looked at it, I was again firsthand. I was again interested in the propellant as to whether I could identify it on the basis of morphology, and I didn't get anywhere beyond it's a disc flake powder popularly used in pistol cartridges, handgun cartridges.
Okay, so as part of your work in this case, did you ever see the photographs from PDQ Props from Seth Kenny's business?
I know I saw a number of photographs after a production of materials there, search warrant, I suppose you'd call it, and a lot of the ammunition, plus the FBI did a lot of x-ray images of cartridges from that facility.
Did you remember the way that place looked in terms of its organization or disorganization?
Only vaguely.
Okay. All right. And we may show you some pictures of that, but you never went there personally.
I have not been there.
Okay. And you've had no contact with Seth Kinney yourself.
That's also correct. I don't know the man and not met him.
Okay. Did you, with regard to the rounds on set, did you measure or inspect all of the rounds? For example, there's been 250 dummy rounds. Did you go through all of those?
Over a period of 5 days, yes.
Okay. And did you go through all of the live rounds you said?
Yes, definitely. Looked at the all disassembled, but 5 rounds.
Okay. And other than what you told us, anything else about those live rounds? You did tell us the blue loop. Any other matters that you investigated that you determined about those?
Well, I probably said earlier this morning, those are hard to cast, meaning the lead has been hardened. It's not dead soft lead like you get out of an X-ray machine. Cast bullets, there's another way you can make bullets that the manufacturers do, but casting with a mold, bullet mold. And yes, I now must recall the propellant in the disassembled live rounds looked like the powder I mentioned, bullseye. And I didn't see that in other sources in this case.
So I want to quickly address something that BRMC said, and it's really how can I put this? During a trial, have you ever heard a witness? So we've got a witness on right now. Have you heard a witness sit down and say, point to Hannah Gutierrez-Reed and say, she's guilty, she's guilty. And then maybe another witness gets onto the witness stand and says, she's guilty. Do you see that in a trial? We've just seen the Michelle Troconis trial, and that kind of talk is left to the closing arguments of the prosecutor. Was the word guilty used in the survey? Guilty. Was the word guilty used in the survey? The words of the survey were, who do you think is more responsible? Right? Who do you think is more responsible? But the point I'm trying to make is, when you watch a trial like this, do you really think a witness comes in and sits down, and the point of them sitting down is to say, does the prosecutor say, hi, what do you do for a living? Oh, I'm an armorer. Okay. Do you think Hannah's guilty? No, I don't. Oh, okay, thank you. Okay, we'll get someone else. Do you think that's what is happening? What is happening is someone is put on the stand and you hear a lot of evidence. And what is not spoken about by anyone is guilt. It's about proving a case. It's about proving a case. And so it's also not our place sitting here in chat saying, guilty. It's not our job to do that. And if you do that, technically you're actually breaking the law, because really it is innocent until proven guilty. And so it is okay to say, well, I think that is a serious problem for the prosecution, or I think this witness is in trouble, or whatever it is. But to say unambiguously guilty, that is the job of the jury. And although true crime platforms are rife with people jumping up and down, basically, like, I can't wait to say, and sometimes you'll see one person saying guilty 300 times, and each time they get a huge kick out of it. That's not really what we should be here for. We should be here to understand the legal technicalities, but also to be cognizant of them, how they apply to us, right? And you might say, I'm not in court, so I can say whatever I want. I've got freedom of speech. If you like, write a letter to your local paper with your name and address and say whatever you think. Hannah Gutierrez Reed is guilty. And if she's acquitted in this case, you could be sued for defamation. But I mean, if you feel that strongly about it, write a letter and see what happens.
Now, sir, can you tell a jury what a light strike misfire is, if that term's
I mean,
familiar
that
to
is
you?
what we're here for.
Yes, I'd usually separate the terms, but let's just,
To me, it's like kindergarten. Obviously, we have an opinion on who may have done something. Obviously, everyone's got an opinion. The question is the prosecution succeeding? Is the prosecution making their case? That's what we're sitting here for. I really don't think we're sitting here for until, oh, I think she's guilty. Okay, I think she's, well, then you don't need to sit here through the whole trial because you made up your mind. I mean, what are we doing here then?
start with a misfire is a cartridge fails to fire for some reason. A light strike could be one of those reasons.
That's right.
That means the hammer didn't fall its full distance, or it was retarded by something. It was going to fall, but something got caught up in it.
And I don't mean to call out anybody. I'm certainly not pointing the finger at anyone and saying because you see it everywhere. But I do think it's important that people be reminded not to do it, even though it's almost the currency of true crime channels to kind of go guilty, guilty, guilty. She's guilty. We try not to do that here. Yeah, we try to have a educated discussion where we try and understand the prosecution's case, the limits of the prosecution's case, the difficulties of the prosecution's case, the challenges of the prosecution's case, and also all of those things with the defense case. And so obviously all of us have an opinion on the guilt of a particular party. We don't use that word. We might say that someone bears responsibility in some way, but it's for the court to decide guilt, right? And more particularly the jury. So let's respect that process. Again, I'm not trying to point my finger at anyone specific in chat, just in general.
The example I gave earlier, and I did it with the actual evidence gun, pull the hammer back with real ammunition, pull the hammer back to the quarter cock, that little distance where the safety would set, but I had the trigger depressed, and then let the hammer fall. That would make it'd be actually hard to see, a little tick mark, T-I-C-K, a little tick mark in the primer, but it wouldn't fire it.
Just a last thing I want to mention is the last video I made on Hannah was associating her with a drunk driving incident. That evidence isn't even allowed, as far as I know, in court. It's basically character evidence, right? It is allowed in the court of public opinion, but the standards of the court say that is going to bias the jury against her. And so even when I put that evidence out there, I'm not trying to say she's guilty. I'm trying to raise the question, is this something that can't be proven, but is nevertheless, there's some truth in it? That's the thing I'm trying to contribute. Anyway, I'll stop interrupting this witness.
And observing that after that happened, if you observe that round and you could see that little strike in the primer, is it true that round could still go off the next hit?
Yes, if it didn't fire and a primer had a tick mark, one of these little light indentations in it, and you put it back in the firearm and drew the hammer all the way back, it's going to fire.
And sir, one other area on you mentioned that the gun barrel, the Baldwin revolver, it was dirty.
Well, it had to be dirty when the evidence bullet went down the barrel.
Okay. And let me just ask you, does it take some time for an individual to properly clean a gun that's been firing black powder?
Whether black powder, I saw no evidence black powder was used in this case, but I know what you mean. There's a substitute called 777, which acts like black powder. They both leave a lot of residue in the gun barrel, and it can be difficult to get out, especially if you don't know what you're doing, because it's largely water soluble, and modern powders, like you just showed me in the picture, are not water soluble. So you need to know, okay, this is 777 or black gunpowder, and I've got to get this stuff out. You're going to have to scrub it out with hot soapy water is the best way, and then dry the gun barrel out.
Okay, sir, and I appreciate that. I know you operate a business. Were you paid or compensated in this case for your work?
For my time, of course.
Yes, sir. And how much have you been?
Sorry to interrupt again, but as far as I know, Baldwin said he fully cocked the gun. So that's the important part.
Compensated.
Well, my wife handles the bookkeeping, so I don't know for sure, but there's been quite a few hours. As I said, 5 days just looking at all this evidence alone. Then another when I came over here in July to look at the clothing, and then in August for the videos you saw. So there's 5, 6, 7, 8 or so days.
And what's your hourly rate?
$350 per hour.
Okay. Okay, and I thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Redirect. Mr. Haig, did you look at all of the disassembled live rounds from the set of Rust?
Yes.
Did any of the primers on those live rounds have those tick marks?
No.
And just to be clear, when we were looking at photos earlier, the photo of the ammunition that came from PDQ Props, you described that bullet as a semi-wad cutter.
Yes.
Okay. And can you definitively say that the live rounds from the set of Rust were kind of...
Yeah, that's a really good point, Terry. I mean, using our own eyes, you could actually see that Baldwin had fully cocked the gun as it was coming out of the holster. I mean, that is the bottom line. You don't want to know, you don't necessarily need to check whether it was quarter cock or half cocked. It's what would have happened if it was in that position. And the answer is actually that when it's fully cocked, it's got at least 2 areas where it can be, what's the word? Where the hammer can attach. So it's kind of got 2 built-in safety mechanisms. It's 3 really, if you include the fully cocked position. 3 opportunities for the trigger to be held back, right?
Homemade sort of reloads as opposed to the HSM brand that we looked at on the photos that you and your son purchased?
Yeah, I wouldn't demean that ammunition to that degree. There's just it's subtle, but if you shoot all the time and load ammunition, I recognize them as, in all likelihood, hand loads. I wouldn't describe them as shoddy or poorly made, or sometimes I'll see dents in cartridge cases and the bullet's been improperly seated. So nothing wrong with them. They look like perfectly suitable hand loads. I've seen prettier. I've sure seen a lot worse.
Are you, I just want to be clear, are you testifying to the jury that you don't believe that those rounds that were found on the set would have come from a small manufacturer like HSM?
I can't rule it out, but the ammunition I've purchased in 45 Colt from various manufacturers and those that my younger son Mike has purchased have a higher quality. The bullets are slicker, shinier.
Okay. And you were asked some questions on cross-examination about gun safety and Mr. Baldwin having his finger in the trigger guard of that gun. You recall those questions?
I do.
Based on your review of the evidence in this case, is it your understanding that Mr. Baldwin was told that the gun was cold or inert before he put his finger in the trigger guard?
Yes, it's my understanding from reading the documents, the call cold gun was given, meaning there's a gun on the set, but there's nothing in it that's going to fire. No blanks or, of course, live rounds.
And the dummies in this case that rattled, you examined some of those, didn't you?
Yes, I did, a number of them.
Do you mind my asking, sir, how old you are?
83.
And sir, with your 83-year-old ears, were you able to clearly hear the rattle?
Not always.
Not always.
Especially in my right ear.
Okay.
And
Do you
I had
think
to do it
do you think that's an issue with your hearing?
I thought it was subtle even when I listened with my good ear, my left ear.
The rattle was subtle.
Yes.
So in order to hear that rattle, you have to listen pretty closely, right?
Yes, and it gets more complicated. Some of them had one pellet in them, others had 2 or 3. So now you've got the advantage if you happen to pull one that's got 3 in it.
I feel like that question backfired from the prosecution. I think she was trying to show his experience, and it ended up him saying, well, because he's so old, he can't actually do a proper check in a way. So I think that question backfired slightly.
Better opportunity to hear it rattle.
Okay. Sir, are you familiar with the term inertia bullet puller?
Sure.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's a very simple device. It looks a little bit like a hammer, only it's clear plastic. It's got a cap, and you put usually a live cartridge or maybe one that's failed to fire. Anyway, it's a cartridge. It's got a bullet cartridge case, primer. Put it in this device, and you hit it on a hard surface. Good old Isaac Newton works out for us. The hammer stops, and the heavy bullet keeps on going. Now, it may take 3 or 4 hits, but you separate the bullet from the cartridge in a non-destructive way. So you get the bullet, you get all the powder, and you get a cartridge case. It's pretty routine if we want to know what's this ammunition loaded with, how much powder, what kind of bullet, because we can't see all the bullet when it's in the cartridge case. So it's a common tool. I think I have 2 or 3 of them.
So the inertia puller is a device that is designed to disassemble live ammunition. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I don't have anything else.
So just a quick comment, and you guys are going to think it's a bit strange, but while I was watching and I mean, I'm Mr. Intertextuality, so I'm always comparing the legal fabric of cases and so on. You get a lot of insights through that. But I couldn't help thinking, watching the closing arguments from this morning session in the Troconis trial, I couldn't help thinking the prosecutor in this case in Santa Fe, basically both of them, looked to me more like the kind of prosecutors I would have expected to see in Connecticut. I would have expected to see, because these are, I think, these are special prosecutors. They're not just ordinary prosecutors, for the lack of a better word. Not that any prosecutor is ordinary, but just in terms of how they appear and they appear quite senior. The Troconis trial seems like a really big deal in Connecticut, and yet certainly the prosecutor team are quite young, quite fresh-faced. And I would almost have expected, if you'd said, here are a pair of prosecutors and here are a pair of prosecutors, which trial do you think they are in? If I hadn't known if I hadn't watched either trial, I would have put these prosecutors in Connecticut in terms of their perceived age and seniority, and the youngish, fresh-faced prosecutors in Connecticut into this trial. Do you follow what I'm getting at, or do you think it's a silly comment?
All right, thank you, sir. You're excused. Next witness.
We will call Corporal Alex Hancock.
Where's he?
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump out of the current session, and we're going to watch the medical examiner go through some of her evidence. Terry, let me know if I'm at the right spot here. Let's go a little further. Is that the right person, Terry?
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, please?
Dr. Heather Jarrell,
And what's your current occupation?
Jarrell.
There you go.
I'm the Chief Medical Investigator at the Office of the Medical Investigator.
Okay. And what are your primary responsibilities as the Chief Medical Examiner at OMI?
I oversee the operations of the OMI, including approximately 200 employees and the forensic pathologists who are there. In addition, I also perform autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
Great. Can you give us a brief explanation about your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree from Valdosta State University in Valdosta, Georgia. Then I went to medical school at Mercer University School of Medicine in Macon, Georgia, where I graduated with a medical degree. Then I completed a residency in anatomic pathology at the University of Virginia, and I'm board certified in anatomic pathology. Then I completed a fellowship, which was a 2-year fellowship in neuropathology at the same institution, and I'm board certified in neuropathology. And then lastly, I completed a forensic pathology fellowship at the Virginia Commonwealth University, and I'm board certified in forensic pathology.
Can you explain to the jury what forensic pathology is?
A forensic pathologist performs autopsies to determine the cause and the manner of death.
And what about anatomical pathology?
Now, if you compare the look in this trial to the look of Michelle Troconis seems to be trying to look invisible, right? In other words, she seems to be trying to understate herself. She's the mistress. And I don't think Fotis Doulos noticed her because she looked like the wallpaper. She was an ESPN reporter, for goodness sake, right? So, but in court, in a conspiracy to commit murder situation, she's trying to look extremely understated, extremely harmless, extremely like a librarian. I've said it quite a few times. And look at the contrast here where the young armorer, she's not looking like a law enforcement person. She doesn't look like military. The only thing that to me makes sense out of her appearance is she's trying to look older than 26. Does she look older than 26? Putting her hair up like that, is that something women do to look older and more sophisticated? Is she succeeding?
A person who is an anatomic pathologist can perform autopsies usually in a hospital setting to determine what caused death. But they also can determine, like, for example, if you have surgery and have something removed, let's say a cancerous lesion, the pathologist is the one who determines what type of cancer it is or disease it is.
And approximately how many autopsies have you performed in your career?
I have performed and supervised over 3,500 or 3,500 examinations, plus about 500 neuropathology consultations.
And have you had any training specific to injury analysis?
Can you be more specific?
Just training in terms of determining how an injury may have affected an individual's body and how that may have contributed to the person's death?
Yes, that would be included in my forensic pathology fellowship.
Great. And have you ever testified in court as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology?
Yes,
Approximately how many times?
more than 50 times.
Great. And have you rendered opinions in prior cases regarding homicide?
So one of the things I thought might be a crazy defense in this case was because, bear in mind, Halyna survived the gunshot for a couple of hours. I thought one of the potential defenses might be, well, she didn't die of the gunshot, she ended up dying of COVID. I just thought that might actually be, bear in mind it was in the middle of COVID, everyone was wearing masks. I just thought that might be obviously a defense I wouldn't accept, but perhaps someone would try that. And if you think about it, Baldwin himself almost lay the groundwork for that kind of speculation by saying she hit the ground, and I thought, did she faint? Anyway, I just thought I'd mention that. Anyway, let's go on.
That involved guns?
Yes,
All right. And does this include testifying to the entry and exit of gunshot wounds?
yes.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, I'd move the court to recognize Dr. Gerald as an expert witness in the fields of forensic and anatomical pathology.
Yes.
Thank you. Dr. Gerald, would you explain to the jury exactly what is an autopsy?
An autopsy examination consists ultimately of two parts, both an external examination and an internal examination. In the external examination, we document, features of the decedent, such as hair color, eye color, weight, and stature.
Did you guys know that, or have you guys thought about that an autopsy is first an external examination? They don't just start opening the body up. Are you guys aware of that? And in the John Benet Ramsey case, you actually had an external examination, and even in the autopsy, they weren't even aware about the injury to her skull. There was no discoloration of her hair. There was no sign of any injury during that initial external examination. If you think about it, it was a really long scar, very long fracture, and it didn't come up in the external evaluation. And then, of course, it did come up in the internal.
But we also document any injuries that we see externally. We take measurements of those injuries and we classify those injuries. The second part of the autopsy is the internal examination. I also neglected to mention that during the external examination, we collect trace evidence in suspicious cases. That might
So, well, she's probably going to say it now, but such as fibers, DNA under fingernails, she'll probably say it now.
include fingernail clippings and hair samples. The internal examination consists of blood collection for toxicology when applicable, and looking at every internal organ individually to look for injury, and again, classifying that type of injury, and also looking for natural disease findings. We also make microscopic slides as a result of that internal examination, which we analyze by looking through a microscope, and we form a final report with the ultimate goal of determining the cause and the manner of death.
Thank you. And does every person who dies receive an autopsy?
No.
So how do you determine whether or not you're going to perform an autopsy?
An autopsy, I'll back up and explain that a little bit more. Within the state of New Mexico, the OMI is notified of all sudden and unexpected deaths. And for cases that are non-natural, there are certain circumstances where the OMI will take jurisdiction. And so in the case of deaths resulting from gunshot wounds, this is an example where the OMI, or the Office of the Medical Investigator, will take jurisdiction. And in possible homicides, the OMI will perform an autopsy.
Thank you. Can you explain to us what is the intake process when a body arrives at OMI? What is that intake process like?
When a body arrives at the OMI, the body is received in a sealed body bag, so that chain of custody is maintained from the scene to the OMI to ensure that no one's tampered with anything inside the body bag. We break the seal, and we have a machine at the OMI called a CT scanner, just like in a hospital if you have to get a CAT scan. And the body at the OMI receives a full body CT scan. This allows us to have a look inside the body before we actually open the body. For gunshot wound cases, it lets us know if there's a gunshot wound track and if there is a retained projectile. And so that is the beginning of the intake process.
Thanks. And I'm going to get into some greater detail about the CT scan in this case and further questions. But right now, describe to us as part of the intake process, is it typical sometimes for items to arrive along with the decedent's body?
Yes.
So what might arrive?
Per our state statute, anything present on the body should come with the body. In this case, there were personal belongings that included clothing that came present with Ms. Hutchins' body.
Great. Do you gather any statements prior to conducting an autopsy?
If law enforcement is present to view an autopsy, which is not uncommon, I will usually ask if they have any questions before I start. And I will communicate autopsy findings to anyone who is there to view autopsy. We also, before I issue cause and manner of death, when relevant, will review law enforcement reports.
So you mentioned kind of the external examination. Is there another step to the autopsy process?
There is the internal examination.
Right. And can you explain what that is briefly?
During the internal examination, we make an incision on the chest and the abdomen to look at the internal organs. We also make an incision on the head and remove part of the skull to look at the brain.
As part of the external examination, what sort of things are you looking for on the outside of the decedent's body?
On the external examination, again, we're looking.
Just a quick question, Alf. Are you or were you a medical examiner? Were you a coroner at one point?
At certain physiological characteristics or physical characteristics of the decedent, but we're also looking for any injuries that might be present. And again, we take measurements of those and we classify what type of injury they are.
And how do you document the external examination?
The external examination is documented I typically use a body diagram and I make notes. If there's any tattoos, I'll document where those are. And then if there's any injuries, I'll document on a body diagram what type of injuries they are.
And do you take photographs as part?
So I know it's a little, okay, I see, thanks. I know it's not it's not a perfect comparison, but compare the job of the medical examiner to the armorer. The medical examiner's got to take precautions. It's got to, the body's got to arrive in a bag. You don't just go in and cut the body open. You've got to document things. And so even in this case where there's no threat of, well, I suppose there could be a threat of safety if the body is infected with some kind of disease like Ebola, but under normal circumstances, there's not really a threat to someone else, but you would still need to be very careful in your procedures, taking photos, gathering evidence, right? And I'm just saying that the armor is not the only job in the world where someone has got to respect the protocols that are part of that job. Another job is an airline pilot. Another job is a bus driver. Another job is the platoon leader in an army situation, right? There are a lot of people that have got to exercise care in their duty in order to, look after the safety of other people or look after the interests of other people.
Part of this?
Yes.
Thank you. And let's talk now a little bit more detail about the internal examination. How do you proceed about conducting an internal examination?
How much detail do you want?
Just give me an idea in terms of, are you looking for whether the death was caused by an injury versus a natural disease? Just kind of a high level description.
Okay, we're going to go a little bit forward to the specifics of this incident.
Best classified as accident. And thirdly, there has been somewhat of a precedent set in a previous movie set shooting death where the manner of death was classified as accident.
Great. Thank you so much. You mentioned earlier when you first started your testimony that you sometimes perform a CT scan on the decedent's body. Did you perform one in this case?
Yes.
And what did that scan reveal?
The scan revealed that there was no significant natural disease for Ms. Hutchins. It also demonstrated a gunshot wound track. It demonstrated that there was medical intervention prior to her death in the form of surgical intervention that was conducted at UNMH or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And it also demonstrated that there was no retained projectile within Ms. Hutchins' body.
Thank you. When Ms. Hutchins first arrived at OMI, do you recall what she was wearing?
She was wearing undergarments and she was wrapped in a hospital blanket.
Okay. Did any clothing arrive with her?
Yes.
And do you recall what that was?
Yes, there was a jacket, or I classified it as being a jacket. And there was also a pair of tights and a pair of pants.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 113 and 114, their photographs, and they've been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted.
May I publish them?
Yes.
There's a bit of a Medusa look going on.
Is there an image on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. Does that appear to be the jacket that arrived with Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
Did you do any examination of this jacket?
I did a visual inspection.
And why did you do that?
For firearm-related fatalities, we look for defects of the clothing that correspond to any gunshot wounds on the body. In particular, we will look at the defect that corresponds to the gunshot entrance wound, and we look for visible soot or dark particulate material that would help us indicate a range of fire.
And did you find any of that on this jacket?
No.
Okay. And so what kind of conclusion can you draw from the absence of gunpowder or that kind of thing?
The absence of soot, unburned gunpowder particles, and gunpowder stippling on the clothing and or body would indicate a distant or an indeterminate range of fire. Indeterminate range of fire would be applicable if there is an intermediate target, meaning that the projectile went through something else before it struck Ms. Hutchins. There was no indication that the projectile went through anything before it struck Ms. Hutchins, and therefore the range of fire is best classified as distant.
Do you think that's accurate? Do you think it's accurate that the range of fire was distant? So I think that's the same actually applied with Mo Wilson. There wasn't any soot, there wasn't any stippling or anything like that. Does that mean that it was distant? I do think that this is quite favorable for Alec Baldwin, and to some extent unfavorable for some of those that have got lawsuits. The further Baldwin is from the victim, the more kind of safe it is. Of course, if you're pointing a gun at someone right in front of you, that's very unsafe. But if you're pointing a gun and someone's far away, then you could say, well, I didn't know I was pointing the gun at them, right?
And just to be clear, when you say distant, can you put some actual measurements to that, perhaps in feet?
It's difficult to say, but what we generally say very conservatively is that to get the best idea of the actual distance of the firearm to Ms. Hutchins' body would be to do a examination or sorry, the word has left me, a firearm test where you test the actual firearm with the actual ammunition to try to get the range of fire. However, generally speaking, in forensic pathology, we can estimate that distance roughly to be about 2 feet or greater.
2 feet or greater. Great.
Yes.
Thank you. If you look at your monitor, I put up States Exhibit 114.
So what she's saying there is, as soon as it's more than 2 feet, then you're probably not going to get powder burns and that sort of thing. Which basically means the distant assessment is a little misleading, right?
Do you recognize these?
Yes.
And what are they?
These are the pants that were received along with Ms. Hutchins' body.
And were you able to make any findings or determinations on the basis of these pants?
There were no defects that were significant. The clothing had been partially cut or cut due to resuscitative efforts, but there's nothing significant from my point of view with regard to the gunshot wound.
Great, thank you. And you've mentioned the gunshot wound, so let's talk about that. How many gunshot wounds were there?
There were 2.
What injuries were you able to observe externally?
There was a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region, and there was a gunshot exit wound on Ms. Hutchins' back, just below the left scapula or the left shoulder blade area.
Thank you. Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to move for admission of States Exhibits 115, 116, and 117. These have also been stipulated to by defense counsel.
All right, admitted.
And
You
may I publish those?
Yes.
Dr. Gerald, what are we looking at here?
This is a photograph before Ms. Hutchins' body was cleaned, which I typically do with regard to gunshot wounds. And the reason why I do this is because things like soot can wipe off. And so I like to take photographs before the wound is clean that demonstrates that there is no soot surrounding the entrance wound. But what is depicted in this photograph is a gunshot entrance wound in the right armpit region.
So, fortunately, this is not being made public. I thought for a moment it might be, and I mean, that would definitely be an issue. But yeah, you do get Hannah's response to, Hannah can obviously see, and you can actually see that she's, there's a reaction to it. No tears, but nevertheless, looking down, looking at the monitor and looking down.
Surrounding the entrance wound is an abrasion or a scratch that is likely due to the positioning of Ms. Hutchins' arm when she was shot. And so that's just an abrasion that was caused by the projectile as it entered the armpit area.
And you also mentioned an exit wound. Can you explain what this photograph is?
Yes, this is the gunshot exit wound, which was left.
So yeah, definitely showing emotion, not showing very much emotion, but what was quite interesting there was you actually saw the sort of peppermint blue of the screen reflecting off her skin. And she opened her eyes slightly and then looked down. You can see she's actually trying to avoid looking at Halyna. And what do you, like, I know we said earlier, you know, we're not trying to say whether someone's guilty or not. So I certainly don't want you guys to say guilty or anything, but if Hannah was innocent, right? If Hannah was innocent, don't you think she'd be interested in what actually happened to her co-worker? Compared to if Hannah is culpable, would she want to look away? I seem to remember Laurie Vallow also didn't want to look at these kinds of photos. Why is that?
Left of the midline, left of Miss Hutchins' midline on her back, below the left shoulder blade. It does show, and this is again before it has been cleaned, which again is a standard practice. But this is the exit wound. It has some bruising around the exit wound that was probably caused by medical intervention and placement of a plastic device to help render medical aid.
Thank you. I'm going to pull up States Exhibit 117, and this may help you explain. I know you tried to explain where the exit wound was in terms of her back, so this may give the jury a little bit better idea of where that was. But just to be clear, this is the same exit wound as from the previous picture, correct?
Yes.
And do you notice anything different or remarkable in this picture?
Well, I personally feel like if you're on trial for a crime where someone has died, I personally feel like you should look at the picture. I don't know. I feel like morally, at least look at what happened to somebody, whether it's because of something you definitely did or because of something you maybe did. Look at that picture. That's just my opinion. I do feel like in all of the coverage of this case, it's a little bit like John Benet Ramsey in a weird way. You never see Halyna. You hear about Alec Baldwin, you hear about all of these other figures. There's bullets that get so much attention, firearms. You never really see Halyna. And we can't even see her now. But I do feel if you're in the court, you should be paying attention, because this is what it's all about. Someone lost their life. What happened to her? What was Halyna's experience? And the answer is very traumatic, very painful, very horrible, very unacceptable. And why did it happen? This is what happened. Why did it happen?
That you didn't already discuss in the previous one?
No, it just gives a better orientation.
Great, thank you.
Your Honor. Can you approach just a moment?
So look at Hannah over here. She's got her hand over her face. There are a couple of ways to interpret that she is agitated, but it could also be that she feels ashamed. If you think about that posture, if you were caught driving way above the speed limit and the police stopped you, you can imagine also doing that, right? What do you think that body language says? This is a very good example of kind of blocking with the eyes. There's something in front of you and also thoughts of people around you. And by just closing your eyes, you block it out, right? And you often see when certain suspects are interviewed, they do the same thing. If someone said, "Did you kill this person?" then that blocking is a kind of protection against the psychology of it. But it's the same kind of thing. It's blocking, often it's blocking an idea or a thought in the same way one would block literally a unpleasant picture in front of ourselves. But there's no blinking and looking around here. Hannah seems very almost caved in right now, doesn't she? She can't look up. She can't, she doesn't want to look up.
All right. Dr. Gerald, based on the examination and your review of the photographs, were you able to track the path of the projectile from where it entered Ms. Hutchins' chest and where it exited?
Yes.
And can you explain that path?
Yes, the projectile entered through the right armpit area. It missed the major blood vessels in the shoulder area and in the arm. It entered the right aspect of the chest into the right chest cavity. It injured some of the blood vessels that travel along the ribs, broke some ribs, or broke one rib, went into the right lung, and exited the right chest cavity, just adjacent to the vertebral column. It went through the spinal cord
Ouch.
and traveled through the soft tissue of the back before exiting.
And as part of that examination, did you use what's called a trajectory rod?
Yes.
And what does that help you do?
The trajectory rod just simply shows the pathway, the general pathway that the projectile took through the body from the.
So you guys may remember that I actually covered this in one of my videos that Halyna actually said, I can't feel my legs. And now we know why.
Point of entrance to the point of exit, and that trajectory with respect to Ms. Hutchins' body is front to back, right to left, and downward.
And were the injuries that Ms. Hutchins suffered to her internal organs consistent with being shot?
Yes.
And of the injuries that you described, which of those can be lethal?
There was documented in medical record, there was over 1 liter of blood present in the right chest cavity when Ms. Hutchins arrived to UNMH, or the University of New Mexico Hospital. And so that indicates significant blood loss within the chest cavity, and the injury to the.
So just to be clear, the bullet entered essentially the front side, right, under her armpit, but the front side of Halyna's body, traveled basically diagonally through her body, exited the back side, but not like straight through, taking a long route through her, I think the one lung, and then exit and breaking a rib, and then exited at her back. And ironically, I think a similar type of injury that Van Gogh suffered, which is the bullet basically bouncing around slightly. I can't see what's going on in the autopsy, but I don't think it's just like a straight line straight through. I think, especially going through the spinal cord, I think the bullet would be, what's the word? It would be shifted on its trajectory. What surprised me because I was in court with the Mo Wilson murder trial, and I saw the autopsy photos there. What surprised me was it might be because previous bullet injuries that I'd seen were involving black talon, and that fragments and creates, really big bad injury. What surprised me with Mo Wilson was that the entry of the bullet was a small little mark, almost smaller than my fingernail and my pinky, a small black sort of circle, smaller than the average size pea, like slightly smaller than a pea. And I was quite surprised that it looked so almost benign. And if you think about, we've seen the images of the bullet, it's a small round thing that just moves at incredible speed and just is like a demolition ball. It just breaks everything in its path. And of course, the body's not designed for that sort of trauma. But what is surprising in a way is how small that projectile is and how much damage it causes nevertheless.
The right lung was also lethal.
Thank you. And I know you mentioned earlier that you took tissue samples for toxicology testing. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what were the results of those toxicology tests?
The toxicology was negative for alcohol and common drugs of abuse.
Okay. Nothing further?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning.
Doctor, I first want to ask you about your classification. Now, you've been doing autopsies, you said, I think 33,000 or 3,500?
Yes, 3,500.
3,500. How long, how many years have you done autopsies?
I came to the OMI straight out of fellowship in August of 2014.
Okay, so 10 years.
Yes.
And you are very familiar with the classification system, whether it be a homicide or accident, correct?
Yes.
And in this case, you ruled the cause and manner of death to be accident.
Yes.
And in a homicide, your definition you gave was to rule it a homicide, it has to be a volitional act caused by another to cause death, correct?
Yes.
And volitional means purposeful?
No.
What does volitional mean?
Volitional volitional means a voluntary act. It doesn't mean that there is it doesn't always mean there's intent. You don't need intent. So something as simple as pulling a trigger could be the volitional act.
Okay, but in this case, you reviewed reports and you got information, and based on that, your determination was that this was an accident.
Yes.
And when you said accident, I think you described that as what must not be present is intent to cause death.
There should not be intent to cause fear, harm, or death.
Okay.
That's correct.
So in the materials you read and the information you reviewed, you did not find an intent to cause death by anybody.
That's correct.
Okay. And with regard to that classification, that is an official state of New Mexico ruling, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And
I don't know whether I agree with that. I would think that if you felt awful about this, that you would actually cry, especially a young woman. I think you would imagine, and you saw how she cried on set when the police arrived. You heard her crying, and you saw her crying. I would feel if you really feel awful about it. Remember, even Alec Baldwin cried, or he appeared to cry, in the ABC News interview. So you've literally got Alec Baldwin appearing to cry. We saw the crew member overcome yesterday. That was really heartbreaking. Hannah, although she shows emotion, she doesn't show that much emotion. It would be, I think, a credit to her if she showed more emotion. I'm not saying she should act emotional, but I'm a little surprised that she doesn't show more emotion. Aren't you?
that is an accident.
Yes.
Okay. I know in your notes that you documented the approximate time of the incident was about 13:48. Is that
I think
correct?
so.
Yes.
And that is 1:48?
Yes.
Okay. And then you documented that Ms. Hutchins arrived at the hospital approximately 15:20. Is that right?
Yes.
And that is 3:20.
Yes.
Now, that is approximately an hour and a half delay. Is that right?
Yes.
And you knew that she was being attended to by EMT personnel and there was a helicopter waiting to take her to the hospital. Is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any idea why there was a delay in the hospital taking her?
No.
Okay. Now, during your findings, you did a CT scan before your external examination.
Do you notice how he always criticizes someone? So now the hospital took too long to take her in. So, it's like my client didn't do anything wrong, but the hospital took too long to take her in. The other thing that he seemed to be, and I could be wrong, but it seemed like he was trying to say, oh, you've only been a doctor for 3 years or whatever. Turned out she's been a doctor for 10 years. But it's always someone else needs to be criticized. That's kind of his defense of his own client. Do you notice?
Correct?
Yes.
Did you find evidence of prior medical intervention from Ms. Hutchins?
Yes.
And what was that evidence of medical intervention?
She had been intubated. The intubation was actually in the wrong place. It was in the esophagus. It was removed when she arrived at the hospital, but she was also re-intubated into her esophagus and not into the airway. She had also had surgical intervention. So they had opened up the chest cavities on both sides due to the presence of a gunshot wound. They had also opened up the
You can imagine what a challenge the emergency medical services were faced with in terms of this injury. You know, what they were trying to do is stabilize her. What they're trying to do is help Halyna to breathe. And of course, this is such a serious injury. It's gone right from one side of her body to the other. It's through the lung. It's through the spinal cord. You know, there's so many aspects that are serious here. You know, there's loss of blood, there's shock, there's inability to breathe. You know, there's significant injury to her. And how do you, if you're a EMS, how do you deal with a situation? Should you get her out of there as soon as possible, or should you try and treat her at the scene? And I think an interesting conversation medically would be if they were faced with the situation again, could they have saved her? If they knew, if they could somehow look through into her body almost like an X-ray, what could they have done differently to save her? I think one of the primary things would have been to try to help her to breathe, but I think you're dealing with a really difficult case here. You know, this is a very, very serious injury. But the fact that she survived for, I think, 2 hours at least, shows that it was perhaps survivable. You know, she was 40 years old, fairly young, in good shape, healthy. And sometimes, even in an unlikely situation, someone just needs that little bit of help, and maybe she could have survived.
protective covering surrounding the heart to try to do what they call manual cardiac massage to restart the heart. It's my understanding that she was pulseless upon arrival and non-responsive and not breathing.
You said that she had an intubation, then another intubation. Is that right?
Yes.
And they were both in the esophagus.
Makes sense.
Yes.
Now, an esophageal intubation can be a dangerous situation, correct?
Now, if you think about just the blood loss aspect, it's not going to be enough to stop the bleeding under the armpit or stop the bleeding at the back. That is not going to be enough, because there's bleeding throughout the track, right? And so that is that's also the difficulty.
It's an ineffective way to respirate someone or to establish air.
And in fact, can that potentially cause an anoxic situation, lack of oxygen to the brain?
Well, the injury itself is what causes the anoxic situation, but the intubation into the esophagus isn't giving adequate airway establishment.
Because, doctor, when you do the intubation, you're trying to get it into the bronchus, correct?
Yes.
And the bronchus, can you tell the jury what the bronchus is?
The bronchus, the main stem bronchus, is the main airway that goes to both lungs. It eventually divides into a left and right bronchus, and it goes to each lung.
And so by putting it in the esophagus, that is basically sending oxygen into the stomach.
Yes.
And part of your notes, I know you indicated that Ms. Hutchins was complaining of shortness of breath.
Yes.
And so an intubation into her esophagus would not have assisted with that, with helping her to get that oxygen.
That's correct.
Did you also find on your CT examination that there was a chest needle that was tried to put in?
They attempted to put in a central line, which means you're trying to get fluid to in the most effective way possible. Because of her situation, they had to put blood products directly into her heart.
And did that, based on your review of that CT exam, it looked like it did not go in properly?
And no, it was in the heart.
Oh, it was.
I believe it was.
Okay. So that wasn't a shallow insertion?
I couldn't tell.
Yes, that is terrible. That really is terrible. They were trying to, replenish the blood in her, and they actually had to put a tube, sounds like, directly into her heart. Wow.
All that based on the autopsy or the CT.
Okay. So the esophageal intubation, do you know who performed that? Do you know who did that?
I do not.
The CPR efforts you observed, do you know who performed those?
Not off the top of my head, no. I would have to review the medical records.
Based on everything that you saw as a medical doctor, had this not taken an hour and a half, had Ms. Hutchins received more timely medical intervention, could she have possibly survived these wounds?
That's difficult for me to answer that question because I'm not a doctor who treats gunshot wounds in the chest. And I have a very skewed view regarding the lethality of gunshot wounds. So that's outside my purview.
It's quite interesting that she says I've got a skewed view about it. That is something that you can imagine maybe Alec Baldwin might, or his lawyers might make a note about, is you might want to get a doctor who says, wow, this gunshot wound was survivable. It's not my fault that she died. It's the doctor's fault. You heard her, she said, she didn't say, absolutely, yes, we could have saved her. She said, I don't know. And so that could be an area that Alec Baldwin's lawyer could perhaps raise some doubt.
When you were interviewed, didn't you say she possibly could have survived?
Potentially, but I'm not the best person to ask for that question because I don't treat patients.
Okay, but you previously had said that. You
Yes.
acknowledge that. Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
So that is quite a strong ending from the defense lawyer, that you had previously said that she could have survived, right? It's just... Okay, I think I'm actually gonna call it a day. It's 11:30 at night, which for me is fairly early, but maybe not. Maybe not.
In the trigger guard of that gun, you recall
that was assigned the primary.
Detective Hancock, go ahead and state your name for the record.
Alexandria Hancock.
How are you currently employed?
I am currently a corporal with the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
A little over 6 years now.
So this detective interrogated Hannah, and so this is going to be really interesting.
And have you only worked at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. On October 21st, 2021, what was your position with the department?
So on October 21st, 2021, I was a detective in the Criminal Investigations Division, and I was assigned to the Violent Crimes Division.
And how did you become involved in this case?
I became involved in the Rust case. We were working that day and in the office, and got notified that there was a shooting on a movie set.
And when you received that information, what did you do?
So we met essentially as a team in investigations, And at that point, we had essentially split up assignments. We do this with any sort of major case, like a homicide, shooting, stabbing, anything like that. So we'll meet with the supervisors and then the entire team. And then at that point, we'll divvy up essentially who's going to do what at that time.
Tell us how you divvied things up.
So at the initial point of this case, there was actually another detective that was assigned the primary, and I was assigned as secondary. So what that means is that the primary is pretty much the head of the investigation. They're essentially in charge of what's going to happen, and then they divvy up responsibilities for the rest of the team from there.
And who was that person who was originally assigned primary?
His name was Joel Connell.
And is he a colleague of yours?
Yes, yes.
And at some point, was that designation changed, and were you assigned primary?
Yes, about 2 weeks later.
On October 21st, just so that we understand who was doing what, can you give us the names of the people that you yourself interviewed on the 21st of October?
Yeah, so the day of the incident, I was assigned to take some individuals back to the sheriff's office to be interviewed. Those individuals involved Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who is here in the courtroom today, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And those are the three people who ultimately were criminally charged in this case, correct?
That is correct.
Would you agree with me that you did basically the primary interviews on October 21st?
Yes.
And so while you were interviewing kind of the main players on October 21st, what was Detective Cano doing?
So Detective Cano had stayed at the ranch, so at the Bonanza Creek Ranch, and it was my understanding that there were additional people who were inside of the church at the time that the incident happened that he had interviewed and had assistance from another detective. So essentially they stayed on scene and used a like a movie trailer or whatever was designated towards them to interview all those other people.
And why were you guys interviewing
Thanks,
people
sir.
at the
Thank
same
you.
time? You in one location, him in another location?
Because of the amount of people that we had to interview, and at the sheriff's office, we only have one interview room.
Now, you were present in the courtroom when Officer LaFleur and Mr. Benavides testified. Do you recall that?
Yes.
What's your opinion with regard to their sentiments that this was a difficult scene because of the number of people?
Yeah, I would say it produced a pretty big problem for the sheriff's office just because of the fact that there were so many people on this movie scene, hundreds of people, and there were so few of us at the time.
Now, in addition to interviewing Mr. Baldwin, Ms. Gutierrez, and Mr. Halls on October 21st, 2021, did you also conduct a subsequent interview with Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I did.
And was her attorney, Mr. Bowles, present for that interview?
Yes, he was.
And did you have numerous subsequent telephone conversations with Mr. Baldwin?
Yes, quite a few.
At any point in time after October 21st, did you conduct an interview of a witness by the name of Sarah Zachary?
Yes, I did handle her initial interview was with Detective Cano, and then I had a follow-up interview with her sometime in November with her attorney.
And did you also conduct an interview with an actor by the name of Jensen Ackles?
Yes, I did.
Did you conduct an interview with the witness that we heard from earlier, Catherine Rowe Walters?
Yes.
And did you interview a gentleman by the name of Zach Sills?
Yes.
Did you interview a gentleman by the name of Seth Kinney?
Numerous times.
And when you say numerous times, how many times do you think you spoke to Mr. Kinney?
Over 5.
And did you interview a gentleman by the name of Thel Reed?
Yes, I did.
Let's start with Mr. Reed. How did you come to conduct an interview? And just to be clear, I think it was telephonic. Is that right?
Yes, it was.
How did you come to conduct an interview with Mr. Reed?
So my initial,
Seth Kenny.
I guess the way that I had originally heard about Mr. Thel Reed was that he was Hannah's father. And Jason Bowles, Hannah's attorney, had actually brought him up after the second interview that I had conducted with Hannah, essentially saying that Thel wanted to provide a statement as to where the live ammunition may have come from on set. Jason had emailed me
When you say Jason, you mean Jason Bowles?
Yes, Jason Bowles.
Just a quick comment. Thanks a lot, Halyna. Thanks very much for that. Just a quick comment. Do you notice that Jason Bowles was in the interrogation with Hannah and he's sitting with her now in court? You didn't have that in the Michelle Troconis trial. The lawyer that she had there was not the same one as the one representing her in court. That in itself, I don't think is a very good look for Michelle Troconis. Her fate is being decided now. I wonder whether we'll know by tomorrow.
Had emailed me a typed out statement, and at the bottom of this statement, it had Thel's name on it. At that time, I had advised to Jason that that would not be a sufficient statement for me because I hadn't conducted the interview myself, and that essentially a word typed statement, not signed, not really identified from anybody, would not be sufficient for me. So I had discussed with Mr. Jason Bowles that if Thel wanted to provide an actual statement to me, that we needed to set up an interview.
And did he do that?
Yes, he did the following day.
And did you interview him?
Yes.
Was that prior to asking the court to authorize a search warrant on PDQ props?
Yeah, it was about a week before.
And under what circumstances did you become aware of Seth Kinney in a manner that caused you to start to have to interview him and interact with him?
So from the beginning of the investigation, my first interactions with Seth Kenny came from the search warrant that we had done on the prop truck, which was on the set of Rust. I had essentially told Seth, or had communications with him, that I was going to need to get inside the safe on the prop truck, which is where we were told that they had stored guns. And instead of breaking open this safe, we had asked for someone to come to set with the code for the safe in order to open it, so we didn't have to do all that extra work. So my first interaction in person with Seth Kenny was during the prop truck search warrant.
Hang on just a second. So
it's interesting that Seth was there to open the safe, but not Catherine Rowe Walters or Hannah or Sarah Zachary. And I can't remember where I saw it. I did see some argument that I think from the defense that the safe belonged to Seth, and Seth said no, the safe belonged to Rush Productions. But the way I understand it is that maybe it once belonged to Seth and he sold it to Rust. Anyway, we might find the answer to that particular question.
So Mr. Kinney showed up and opened the safe for you.
Yes, he did.
And on that day that you were doing the search of the prop truck, do you recall what date it was?
It was October 27th, 2021.
And did Mr. Kinney kind of hang around there outside the prop truck and you were able to visit with him?
Yes.
Was Mr. Kinney cooperative with you?
Yeah, he was extremely cooperative.
Did Mr. Kinney bring you samples of live ammunition from PDQ props?
Yes, he did.
And did Mr. Kinney provide you access to text messages on his cell phone?
Yes, several times.
Did he provide you access to information on his tablet?
Yes.
What was the reason, or reasons rather, that you determined that conducting a search of PDQ props would be appropriate?
So throughout the investigation, we obviously had the unanswered question of where this live ammunition may have come from. During Hannah's secondary interview with me, I found that ammunition that was supplied to Rust actually came from 3 different sources. One of those sources.
And let's back up real quick before you get there. The interview that you did with Ms. Gutierrez on October 21st, 20.
So your question is being addressed right now.
2021. Did you have a conversation with her about who provided ammunition to the set?
Yes.
And I don't know if you notice, all eyes on the defense are up. Everyone's paying attention. Everyone's looking and interested.
And who did she say provided ammunition?
Seth Kenny.
And then you conducted a follow-up interview with her in November.
Yes.
And that was when Mr. Bowles was there.
Correct.
And that's what you were going to start telling us about, right?
Yes.
Go ahead, proceed.
So in that secondary interview, Hannah had disclosed that there were actually 3 sources of ammunition that went onto the set of Rust. One of them, her original, being Seth Kenny from PDQ Arm and Prop. The second supplier was an individual named Billy Ray, and he was part of the business Spots and Props, I believe it is what it was. And then the third source of ammunition for Rust was herself.
So there you have it. In a little bit like Michelle Troconis, in the first interview, she gave a incomplete answer. She said the live rounds, or let's just say the ammunition, came from Seth Kenny. Then in the second interview, she said, Seth Kenny, some other guy, and myself. So that is pretty big. That's a very big moment so far in this trial on day 4.
How many boxes of dummy ammunition did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that she herself provided to the set of Rust?
So 1, and then she had stated that she had brought other dummies and ammunition in gun belts.
So do you see the problem? If you a disorganized armorer, if your system is kind of protocol optional, and you're mixing rounds from home and from somewhere else and from somewhere else, is there a chance that a live round is going to get mixed in that? No matter how careful Seth Kenny is there a chance that you're going to get things mixed up? Well, guess what? In Hannah's own, the objects in her own care, from the fanny pack to the cart to the cartridge box that they recovered, you saw ammunition mixed from the one end to the other. So, I mean, is it such a surprise that Hannah is the source, one of the sources of these rounds? Is it a surprise? Welcome, Rex Murphy. Welcome.
Okay, so I think what we were discussing is what went into your thought process that caused you to decide that executing a search warrant on PDQ props would be appropriate.
Yeah, so during Hannah's secondary interview, it was identified at that point the actual physical location of PDQ, which was in Albuquerque, the 126 Monroe. And then subsequently after that, when I had gotten the statement from Thel had described that him and Seth Kenny had been training actors on another movie prior to this in another state, that they had used live ammunition. And so Thel had said that ammunition somehow came back to New Mexico and then, potentially gone back to PDQ, which is the reason that I used, along with Seth Kenny providing the fact that he did have live ammunition and use live ammunition on that set to draft that search warrant for PDQ.
Did you also have numerous conversations with Mr. Bowles?
Yes.
And were some of the statements that Mr. Bowles made also things that went into your decision to execute a search warrant there?
Yes.
What was the information you
Just
received?
a quick comment. PDQ Prop and Arms is situated in Albuquerque, which is quite a long way from the Rust set. Santa Fe is right there. It's about 10 miles away. Albuquerque is a much longer way away. Albuquerque is, I think, don't quote me, but I think it's like 80 miles further. So the prop supplier was some distance away. So maybe if you wanted a little bit of extra ammo, maybe you wouldn't go all the way there if you needed something specific.
Received from Mr. Bowles that caused you to turn your attention to Seth Kenny?
So from the beginning of this investigation, Mr. Bowles had made statements that he believed that there was sabotage on the set, although none of the individuals that I had interviewed shared the same sentiments. So none of the people that I had interviewed thought that this could be sabotage or, that someone did this intentionally to Hannah. And so given the fact that Mr. Bowles had continuously told me about, Seth Kenny and the fact that he may have supplied the live ammunition and that he was a supplier of ammunition is why we decided to take that path into investigating him.
Now, the interview that you conducted with Mr. Reed that went into your decision to apply for a search warrant, did Mr. Reed actually tell you specifically the kind of rounds that he recalled being on the set of 1883 that would now be in the possession of Seth Kenny?
Yeah, he described the live ammunition to have a semi-wad cutter top.
All right. Corporal, were you present in the courtroom for opening statements?
Yes.
Did you investigate Seth Kenny?
Yes, we did.
And based on Mr. Bowles's communications with you and other information, you actually applied for a search warrant and you conducted a search of PDQ props, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you spoke to Mr. Kenny numerous times, I think you testified to.
Many, many times.
And he was completely cooperative with you?
Yes, for over a year, I believe.
And sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, we had numerous conversations for an extended period of time.
Is there any particular reason that you didn't ask him for a DNA swab or a fingerprint sample?
Yes. So during my investigation and the interviews I conducted, there was never any testimony or reason to believe that Seth was ever on the set of Rust. Anything that was handled through him, or any of the ammunition or anything that had been brought to set, had been picked up by another person in Albuquerque, or they had met outside of the set.
And just to be clear, Corporal, the live ammunition that you seized from PDQ Props, what did you do with it?
We submitted all the live ammunition for testing with the FBI.
And did you receive information that the live ammunition from PDQ didn't match the live ammunition on the set of Rust?
That's correct. It didn't match at all.
And isn't that in line with what Thel Reed himself told you about that ammunition being semi-wad cutter?
Yeah, so the statement that Thel had made about the type of ammunition that they were using matched what we found and what was provided by Seth Kenny.
So you found at PDQ exactly what Thel Reed told you you should find?
Yes.
And it did not match the live rounds on set?
That's correct.
Did you guys pick that up? Because I see there's PRH in chat who's like, wow, my mind is blown. This changes everything. Seth Kenny doesn't just automatically become a suspect because he had live rounds. The live rounds that they found on set weren't the same live rounds that he had at his business. You've just heard that. The live rounds that they found on set were, what are they called? Starline brass. All of them were Starline brass, and not the type of rounds that were found at PDQ Prop.
Let's talk about the cell phone extractions that were done in this case. And let's go back to October 21st when we're on the set of Rust. Do you know why cell phones from every witness on the set weren't collected?
There was, obviously a lot of people that we were dealing with, and it's not standard practice, especially when we are still investigating, to just go and take people's possessions from them.
If I'm a witness to a crime, do you just get to come seize my cell phone?
No.
Do you get to put me in handcuffs?
No.
Do you get to put me in the back of a patrol unit?
No.
That's a pretty good point. It reminds me of the McCanns who said, well, our daughter was missing. Why didn't they shut down the borders of the country? Why didn't they ground all flights? No, that would not be a reasonable thing to do. As much as they say it is reasonable, it wouldn't have been reasonable to do.
In fact, there was an extraction of Ms. Gutierrez's cell phone, correct?
That's correct.
And you didn't have to ask for a warrant. She consented to that.
She did consent.
And was there an extraction done of Mr. Baldwin's phone?
Yes.
And where was that done?
Suffolk PD in New York completed it.
And did Mr. Baldwin do that voluntarily, or did you have to execute a warrant?
So I had initially applied for a warrant for his phone, and it was approved here in New Mexico, but he was located in New York at the time. And so we ended up, actually the DA's office and Mr. Baldwin's attorneys ended up essentially getting his phone and doing his phone on consent as well.
Was a cell phone extraction done of the cell phone of Mr. Hall's?
Yes, it was.
And did you have to get a warrant, or did Mr. Hall's consent?
He consented.
Same thing with Ms. Zachary. Was there an extraction of her phone?
Yes.
Did she consent?
Yes, she did.
How about Mr. Baldwin?
And Mr. Kinney shared with you the information from his phone that you asked for?
Yes, numerous times.
Is there a reason that the prop truck wasn't searched until October 27th?
Yes, so with the initial information that we had been given and that we responded to the day of the incident, the entire incident in itself had occurred inside the church. So that was our, primary area that we were going to be investigating and processing and looking into. Because
So what she's saying is, based on the first story they were told, which is, wow, something happened in the church. Something, I don't know how that happened. They said, okay, let's investigate the church. But once the some of the more subtle aspects came through, they realized, well, it's not just the church that's the crime scene here. It's kind of the wider set, isn't it? It's not also just one person, might also be another person. It's not just one area we need to look at. We need to look at other areas as well. So that was based on the limited story they were told by the people. That story started becoming more more information was provided, which provided more context, which expanded the investigation. And that happens a lot in investigations. First, what is told is as little as possible, and then it takes a long time for the police to check and find out, you didn't tell me everything, did you, Michelle Troconis? You didn't tell me everything, did you? And you can insert all these other witnesses, all these other suspects. And so only once they get that additional context does the investigation sort of go to that point.
Because that's where the incident occurred. And additional information that we had received was obviously involving the prop cart that Hannah and the props team was using. And that's why we, processed that prop cart as well. We didn't have information until later on that this prop truck had been involved in the props department and that we would potentially need to be looking for evidence there, which is why we didn't conduct that search until a few days later.
And Corporal, why wasn't the search of PDQ props done until the end of November?
Because the information that I had started receiving in terms of PDQ didn't come until, I believe it was November 9th. The statement that I was given from Thel, or my interview with Thel Reed, was November 17th. We had also received some evidence back from OMI November 22nd. And then I had another interview with Sarah, her secondary interview, on November 29th. So this is all stuff that I'm involved in and I'm conducting and doing myself. So November 30th was essentially the first day that I had available to do that search warrant. And I requested the search warrant that morning and got it done that afternoon.
Do criminal investigations involving 100 witnesses sometimes take time?
Absolutely. Even ones that don't involve that many people.
Can you explain to the jury why latent fingerprint testing was not requested on the live rounds found on the set of Rust?
Yeah, absolutely. So during my interviews with, all the people that I initially interviewed, there was statements from them that the gun that Alec Baldwin was using was taken from the church, that Dave Halls had taken it from the church, that he had handed that gun to Miss Reed, directed Miss Reed to essentially empty all the bullets from that gun. So in doing so, with Miss Reed emptying the bullets and examining them at that time, I know she touched them. I know her DNA or potentially her prints are going to be on those bullets.
Good point.
So it didn't make sense for us to
Prove that.
DNA or latent test that round, because I know who touched it, and she wasn't the only one that touched it after that. In addition to that, the other live rounds that were found in, gun belts, the box or the ammo box, and the carts had all been handled by several people during this movie set, especially after the shooting. I had gotten statements that they had been handled by several different people. And not only that, but the gun belts that contained the live ammunition were said to have come from another set. And so for us, and in speaking with the DA's office, as well as the FBI, our representative from the FBI, it didn't make sense. It would be a test that just wouldn't yield anything that we were looking for.
And why wasn't DNA testing requested on the live rounds or the spent casing?
The spent from the gun?
From the set, yes. I'm sorry, the spent casing from the gun or the live rounds from the set of Rust. My apologies.
I'm sorry, you're saying why wasn't it?
Why wasn't DNA testing requested?
Okay. Essentially for the same reason, because of because of all the various people that had claimed to handle these rounds.
And did you also hear in previous testimony about FBI policies?
Yes.
And were you notified of those policies during the course of your investigation?
Yes, I was.
So if you had requested it, they would have refused?
Correct. And we did have that discussion with our FBI representative who was assigned to the case here in Santa Fe.
Now, we understand from previous testimony that you sent the gun that was being used by Mr. Baldwin to the FBI for testing. Is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And prior to the testing being done with the mallet, were you notified that that testing could potentially result in damage to the gun?
Yes.
And what was the reason that you proceeded with the testing anyway?
We proceeded with the testing because Mr. Baldwin had made statements that he didn't pull the trigger. And I think his exact statement was that the gun just went off. So we needed to figure out how to disprove that theory or that statement. And that was the way that was proposed to us and what the FBI could do.
On October, I'm going to go through and I'm going to play some videos of your statements with Ms. Gutierrez at this time. And on October 21st, 2021, did you have a conversation with Ms. Gutierrez when she was still on set before she was taken to the police station?
Yeah, we had some brief discussion.
Okay. And Your Honor, if it's acceptable, some of these videos, the first one isn't that long, but some of these videos are rather lengthy. And so I'd like to play them from counsel's table.
Sure.
Instead of standing.
Okay. How long are they?
The first one I think is about 8 minutes. The second one, off the top of my head, I want to say is about an hour. And the last one is between 2 and 3 hours.
All right, we'll probably take a break after the second one, the one that's an hour, okay?
So a little bit of deja vu here. We're doing the same thing that was done in the Draconis trial. We're going to watch the interrogation. So it's a little bit like we need to hear what Hannah's got to say. Is Hannah going to testify? Look at her body language there. Very different to when she was looking at the autopsy photos. She's got her finger pressed against her cheek. You think she's very happy about this? This is where she's, in a way, on the stand. She's kind of talking when she probably really doesn't want to make a statement. And what are they going to try and do here? Well, exactly what they did in the Draconis trial, show inconsistencies, show contradictions, right? Do you think there will be any? Let me just say that I think this detective did a really good job. I think she was underestimated by those sitting on the other side of the table. She seems to be someone who thinks in a detailed manner. She seems quite intelligent. I think she did a good job. I think she managed to deal with a very frightening situation with very high profile people, a very complicated situation as well. And she was actually able to figure out some of the subtleties. So good job to her. Yep. I wonder what you asked the judge there. Can I move the mic or something? Look at Hannah's body language now. She looks kind of not happy. Stephanie, you're making me hungry. I'm sitting here. I haven't had dinner. You're making me hungry.
Clarification for the court and also for the jury. Some of these videos are at times redacted if there's downtime or something like that. So if you see a skip, that's why.
Okay, so it's coming into evidence.
Yes, and the first one that I intend to play is State's Exhibit 66. I would ask to admit it and publish it.
Mr. Bowles.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State 66 is admitted. You may publish.
Anyone know who that guy is? No, Thel Reed is her stepfather. That might be a father, I guess.
Yeah, where's the restroom?
I think so. She knows where it's at.
Just gonna back that.
Ask your site to change the use restroom. If she doesn't want to go alone, will you escort her?
Yeah, where's the restroom?
I think so. She knows where it's at.
Okay.
Get that out of the way if you would. Corporal, does this microphone work? Okay. The acoustics are much different from this position. Corporal, who was that gentleman you were speaking to?
That was my sergeant at the time, Christopher Zook.
That's the same gentleman that testified earlier in this trial?
Yes.
And what are you being asked to do?
I was advised that Hannah needed to use the restroom and that she wanted somebody to accompany her.
After her? Yeah. Hi there.
You said you needed to use the restroom? Okay, I can go with you.
You have your bag and everything?
I don't know. I think it got taken. She's not. She'll just come right back here.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just taking her to use the restroom and that's it. Let me just close this. Okay, where are they?
Do I have to do this? Can you guys just have me leave?
Well, yeah, so we're gonna take you. Do you want to wait to go to the office or?
Is it gonna be a while?
I'm not sure how much longer. I'd say not too much longer, but I can't tell you what time.
And Corporal, I couldn't hear what Ms. Gutierrez said to you at the beginning that prompted this discussion about going back to the office. Do you recall?
No, I don't.
Okay, no problem.
Welcome to the worst day of my life.
Hey, things happen.
Yeah,
Where's your restrooms here?
right over here.
Okay.
I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked. Can't believe it. Oh, fuck.
That's all right. Just
Can the members of the jury hear what Ms. Gutierrez is saying in the video? Okay, just checking.
No, he said no. One person said no.
One said no.
Okay. Corporal, could you hear what Ms. Gutierrez was saying in the video?
Yes.
Can you, did we just turn it up? Okay. I'll take it back just a short bit and we'll see if that works. Thank you, George.
I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked.
okay.
I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked.
What did Ms. Gutierrez say to you?
Her statement was, "I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. That's so fucked."
And just to be clear, at this point in time, where's Ms. Hutchins?
I believe she's still in the care flight, the helicopter.
If you think about it, what is she actually saying there? Isn't she saying almost like, if this was going to happen, I wish it was someone else holding the gun? She doesn't seem to be saying, I wish it didn't happen, just like I wish it wasn't Alec Baldwin holding the gun when it did happen. Isn't that how you understand it? To say, I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. Isn't she almost saying, I wish it was just somebody else holding the gun? Not that it didn't happen, just that I wish it wasn't such an important person. Yeah, of all people.
And you saw the previous videos, the video from Mr. Benavides. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Okay. And in that video, did Ms. Gutierrez learn that Ms. Hutchins was critical but stable?
Yes.
That's all right. Just take a deep.
So I think what she's getting at, what the prosecutor is getting at is, does Hannah express any concern about Halyna?
Breath, and we'll work this all out, okay? I think that one's open. Do you need to come with me?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand facing opposite, okay?
And Corporal, why do you need to escort Ms. Gutierrez to the restroom?
She had actually asked to be escorted by law enforcement, which is why I was with her. We take it as a precaution to accompany people into the restroom. Just
I think that is a bit misleading. Probably what happened was Hannah said, I need the restroom. And then the officer, male officer who was there said, well, you can't just go, you need to follow protocol, our protocol, and you need to go with a female officer. And then she said, okay, well, where's a female officer? I don't know whether she knew that the officer would go inside the cubicle with her. It does make you wonder, given the whole baggy situation, was this part of possibly trying to get rid of evidence?
To, I guess, ensure that they don't harm themselves, that they're not trying to hide evidence, such things like that.
You guys have a lot of people out here. Yeah. Is there like a closer cop car you guys can put me in or something? I mean, the closest one that I can put you in is one of the ones that's like the unmarked one. I just kind of wish that any of my coworkers could stop seeing me because I already feel super bad. Okay. Yeah. Okay, hold on just 1 second. I can even throw you in mine. I have an unmarked one. Is it closed? It's like right. We walked through them. Okay, cool. So yeah, I don't want to go back. Okay. I just want to get the fuck out of here and never show my face in this industry ever again. Well, I wouldn't say that. Oh, I would. How long have you been working here? Just a month. Just a month? Yeah. I've just been doing this job for like 9 months now. Okay. How old are you? 24. I'm like the only female armorer in the game, and I just fucked up my whole entire career. Have you studied armory, or did you go to classes, or how did you get into it? My dad's one of the best armorers in the entire world, and he trained me, and I'm a fucking failure. Let's hit it. You ready?
I didn't hear a toilet flush, did you?
Cars. Mine's actually the silver car over here.
Yeah.
My little fanny pack is right in front of that cop car on that thing, if we could bring it. Okay. Possibly. What's in it? Just my keys. My stuff. My ID. Okay. Yeah, let me just figure out. Let me sit you in here. You can just leave it, honestly. Yeah, my inhaler is in it. Okay. Do you need that? My inhaler might be in the back of the cop car. You know what? Let me... Sorry, we have so much gear.
I remember her hair getting in the way of the body cam.
I'm not
during the
sure.
interview as well.
Do you want a Gatorade? It's not open. It's been. I'm alright. Okay. So I'll leave that there if you want it. Okay. You can control the window. Joe. I have to hang out with you here though, okay? Since my vehicle is. So, she doesn't want to be up in the cop car until they figure out transportation. We just let them know that I have her in here. She doesn't want to be.
But this is the armor?
Yeah.
Okay. You're just gonna hang.
So if you think about it, we've been talking a little bit about her appearance in court. What about her appearance on the set? What do you think she thinks about? She's sitting in a cop car, and now she doesn't want to sit in the cop car. Well, she's sitting in another cop car. The only difference is this cop car doesn't look like a cop car. Quite an interesting, behavior, wouldn't you say? Someone who's very concerned about how things look, more concerned about how things look than Halyna.
For now.
until they figure out what they want to do. But
Gutierrez?
yes,
Okay. So she wants to be transported over there.
yeah, she
Not
wants
in a police car.
right. She exactly, and she just doesn't want to be
Stuck sitting in one.
well. She doesn't want everybody to see her right now, so I have her back here. Okay. Are you from New Mexico?
Out of state, Arizona.
From Arizona? What part?
Morehead City, Arizona.
I actually don't think I know where that is. Let me know how the temperature is, okay? I can do whatever you need. Have you called your parents or anything yet? Yeah, go ahead. Whoever you need to call. You know what's going on, right? Let's be honest. Okay.
It's her, they're gonna do her, and they're gonna transport her, and then go in and
Weird.
So Corporal, at Ms. Gutierrez's request, did you take her to the restroom?
Yes.
And at her request, did you permit her to sit in your patrol unit?
Yes.
Did you turn your patrol unit on so that she could be in a comfortable temperature?
Yes.
Did you allow her full use of her cell phone?
Yes, I did.
So just to be clear, Ms. Gutierrez's phone wasn't taken either, was it?
No, it wasn't.
And then later that day, did you do another interview with Ms. Gutierrez at the police station?
Yes.
We're gonna enter it into evidence.
Yes. We would move into evidence states exhibit 67 and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, state 67 is admitted, you may publish.
started. Okay.
Hang on.
Before we get started, you're here for an interview, and that's what we're doing right now. Okay, it's just introducing what happened.
I think the audio here is much better than in the Draconis interrogation. The video is maybe slightly better.
Can everybody hear that? Okay, if you can't, raise your hand.
He said
A little bit, okay. Let me try to, if I turn it up here, will it go up over there? Okay, let's try that, see if I can fine tune it a little bit.
Okay. Anytime we interview somebody, especially when we do it here at the office.
George, can you just bump it up another notch and let's see how that works, if you don't mind, sir?
Just so. Okay.
Leave it there.
Okay, cool. So we have here, we use forms. That's what she had here, but I guess she went to go get them. So we're just gonna get you those.
And Corporal, where did you go?
I went to go get a form which essentially has Miranda rights on them.
And who's this lady in the room?
This was the, so her name is Samantha Talamonte. She was a detective that I was interviewing with on that day.
And does she still work at Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, she's a corporal as well right now.
Thank you.
Go over them, just formality we have to do, okay?
Looks like 4:14 p.m.
Okay, get another.
Do you know if anyone ever got that fanny pack?
So right now it's technically inside the scene, so we can't quite grab it yet.
Okay, cool.
But you said it's black and gray?
No, it's just the gray one.
Just gray, okay. And it was on the cart?
Yeah.
Yes, so it'll be secured, and if it's not part of it, we'll get it back to you as soon as we can. So like I said, this is the rights that I just need to go over, and I'll read them to you as I do. If you understand them, you can signature or check out here, and then read the rest here, and if you agree, okay? So you have the right to remain silent, and you can say may be used against you in a court of law or other proceedings. You have the right to consult an attorney before making any statements or answering any questions. And you may have him or her present with you during questioning. You may have an attorney appointed to you to represent you if you cannot afford one, otherwise obtain one. Okay. You understand? And if you wish to
Kind of would like an attorney.
You kind of like, what do you want to do?
I mean, just because the situation and everything, and their attorney already talked to me, and I just think I should probably have an attorney represent me.
Okay, before you make any statements or talk to us.
Do you know what attorney she's referring to?
There was an attorney that was at the ranch, but I don't know her name.
Okay.
Well, I can probably answer a few questions.
So at any time, so I'm gonna, again, you don't have to talk to us. And if you want to talk to your attorney, that's fine. If you want to answer some questions, you still could change your mind during this questioning. So it's up to you. If you want to talk to us and at some point you feel like maybe you want your attorney, you can, but you need to make the decision on what you want to do right now. If you want to talk to us.
How long would it take when you get here, I guess?
It's going to be you calling them and finding out.
Really? Okay. I don't know, their fucking attorney, I don't know, it's just like such a big company, you know.
Are you talking about with the projection company?
Yeah, I don't want anything in this case to be fucked up for me as much as I possibly can.
So, no, you're fine.
So I want you to, in the back of your mind, think about, I mean, we've had little snippets of her in the cruiser and so on. Now there's an extended period where she's sitting, and I want you to think, it's not very scientific, it's not really got any legal import, but does she seem completely sober? Does she seem not intoxicated? And look at the motions of the hand, the sound of her voice. Is the lethargy normal? And you can compare it, I guess, to how she appears in court. Does she appears as sort of lazy and sort of laid back as she here, as she does in court, as she does here? Isn't there a bit of a almost a lackadaisicalness in her voice and in her body language?
That's why we go over these.
Yeah.
So you know you're right.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Is there an attorney I can call?
It would be a public defender. They might not. They might.
Compare the tone of voice of the woman around her to her kind of almost sleepy tone of voice.
Advise another day. It could go a longer process. I don't know.
Alright, I can answer some basic questions.
If you want to answer some basic questions, we could do that, and then if you at some point feel like it's
right on, yeah.
And like I said, right now we are just interviewing you because you were there. You were there. You
totally
are in charge of the armor.
Okay.
So you're okay with talking with us?
Yeah.
Okay. So, we'll start off with basic questions, okay? So you've already mentioned that you've been on set for 5 months now, on this particular set?
No, on this particular set I've only been there 2 weeks.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, do you want the date and time?
Oh, yeah, please.
It's going to be 21.
21.
And I'm so sorry.
Any thoughts on why the detective moved back at that point? Any thoughts on that? Let's see how well you know this case.
How do you spell your first name?
Hannah, H-A-N-N-A-H.
And your last name?
Gutierrez, G-U-T-I-E-R-R-E-Z.
When's your date of birth?
April 28, 1997.
April 28th, 97?
Yeah,
And how old are you?
24.
No, I just want you to be comfortable when you're talking about this.
Okay.
So I just missed it. Just a second earlier, Hannah's head is almost lying on her shoulder. I'll try and go back just to where you can see that. It's basically just a second earlier.
Just we'll start off with basic questions, okay? So you've already mentioned that you've been on set for 5 months now, on this particular set?
No, on this particular set, I've only been there 2 weeks.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, do you want the date and time?
Oh, yeah, please.
It's going to be 21.
21.
Hannah's got to ask the officer for the date.
I'm so sorry. How do you spell your first name?
Hannah, H-A-N-N-A-H.
And your last name?
Gutierrez, G.
So at this point, Hannah puts her mask on and then a moment later takes it off again.
I-E-R-R-E-Z.
When's your date of birth?
April.
Did you hear that part? When's your date of birth? Long sigh. It just is a very strange interview. You with the police and you are kind of tired. You know, you would imagine anyone else in a police situation, you would be pretty alert. Am I in trouble? Right? You'd be pretty alert to that. This is a pretty strange situation I'm in.
28, 1997.
April.
And it looks like this is Hannah's feet over here. Looks like Hannah's got her feet on the table. But can you see, look at her head there. Her head looks like it's resting on her shoulder.
28.
97?
Yeah.
So, if it was me, imagine you asked me, what's your date of birth? And I said, and then I gave you the date of birth. Wouldn't just or anyone else just say what your date of birth is? Her head is almost horizontal onto her shoulder.
And how old are you?
24.
Did you hear that answer? I think she said, what's your age? And she said, 24. Look at her head still in that position.
I just want you to be comfortable when you're talking about this.
Okay.
So this set, you've been here for 2 weeks.
Yes.
And this is your primary job is handling the armor.
Yeah.
Can you go into detail about what you do?
I'm supposed to check the guns, and I load the guns, and I hand the guns off to the actor.
Okay.
So I asked you guys earlier, why do you think the detective kind of moved back here? I think it could be for 2 reasons. The one reason could be COVID, but the fact that she kind of sat next to her and, in her vehicle, she's actually got a camera on as far as I know. The detective has got a camera, and if she's sitting right against the table, the camera can't capture Hannah from this angle. I could be wrong, but I think that might be part of the reason.
How long have you been doing this? Because you mentioned you.
And now look at Hannah's body language. She's doing this, right? She's got both. Sorry, I would pick up my other arm, but my dog's lying on it. She seems very relaxed in a situation where she shouldn't be. But the other thing to note is Hannah doesn't seem to be asking the obvious question, which is, how's Halyna? What happened to Halyna? You know, what is there any news of Halyna?
Been on multiple sets since about March, but I've been handling guns my whole life, pretty much.
So you're very familiar with guns, and this is your primary function. You go to different sets, and you primarily handle these guns.
Yeah.
Okay. So
She's gone now from sort of puffing out her hair. She kind of had her hands behind her back, behind her head. Now she's folding her arms. It's quite strange, isn't it?
can you tell us what happened today when you started work, when you got there to work?
Yeah, I went to work. We got the guns out.
Who did we?
Me, my coworker Sarah, she helps me with the guns a little bit too. Yeah. And we got the guns out. We went to set. We had the guns on set. I dummied the guns up with the dummy rounds. And yeah, we were on set all day. No, nothing happened. And then we came back from lunch, and that happened.
So you got on set with the gun, with the dummy rounds about what time?
Now her hands have moved back to the back of her head. Just compare her body language to the officers around her. You know, they're able to sit still and concentrate and basically focus on what they're doing. Hannah seems kind of restless and lethargic at the same time, doesn't she?
Like 7:30 probably.
Around 7:30 this morning?
Yeah, I didn't dummy the gun up until about a little before lunch, like an hour before lunch.
Corporal, could you understand what Ms. Gutierrez said about something about the gun? Did she say dummy the gun up?
Yeah, she had said that she dummied the gun up right before lunch.
Okay.
And we take all the guns and we lock them up for lunch.
So yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. You and Sarah, what's her last name? Do you know?
Sarah's last name, I don't think she really worked with that gun that day, by the way. But Sarah Zachary, Zachry.
Okay.
So just to be clear, did Ms. Gutierrez just tell you that Ms. Zachary didn't really work with the Baldwin gun that day? That's correct.
But she was there today with you, helping you today, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So you and Sarah, who has access to that? So when you got there this morning, where are the guns kept?
The guns are kept on the prop truck.
On the prop truck?
Yeah, and the dummies and everything kept on the prop truck.
Are the dummy rounds separate contained than the gun, all in the truck?
Yeah, they're in their own box, and the guns are in the safe.
Okay. And who has access to the safe?
Sarah and I.
Just the two of you?
Yes.
What about the dummy round?
Now, look at that. Now she's folded her legs. And you could say that, well, so is the detective here, but it's a little bit different. The detective has kind of crossed her legs. Hannah's kind of got it in a more almost masculine posture. Can you can you reconcile this Hannah with the sophisticated lady in court today? But what I'm trying to emphasize is how relaxed she appears, how relaxed her voice is, just how sort of lazy it is. Someone says here in chat, what did they say? We all react differently. I don't think most of us relax in a police station. I don't think when you're in a police station, you sort of lounge. Lounging is the natural default setting. When someone is fighting for their life and you were associated with that, I don't think the natural default setting is relaxation or lounging.
Who has access to that? Well, the dummy rounds, they were on the cart for lunch. Yeah, the dummy rounds were on the cart for lunch. All the ammo was on the cart for lunch.
Is there, okay, so you're saying dummy rounds and ammo, are there two separate things?
So there's blanks, my bad, not ammo, but there's blanks, you know.
Do you notice how Hannah's sort of in her own world? She's sort of touching her face. Can you imagine if I was doing a live and while I'm doing the live, I'm sort of going like that and yeah, well, maybe she did something and maybe maybe I handed it over. You know, she's not focused, right? She's not focused. And it wouldn't be the end of the world if she was a dolly grip or something else, but she's the freaking armorer, right? She's the freaking armorer, and she does seem very unfocused, doesn't she? If you had to put any crew member in this cubicle, you would expect them to be asked questions and answer them. And Hannah seems to have a very strange attitude in this situation, doesn't she? And we're not trying to convict her here. We're simply trying to almost get to the real story, right? And so if I'm right on everything I'm saying, it doesn't mean she is guilty of any crime. But I also don't want to take the other route where you say all of this is completely normal. All of her behavior completely is just some people behave differently. I would say that we are seeing something here. Don't you guys agree? We are seeing something in her effect that is important, important sort of background information to this whole thing, aren't we?
The blanks look different. They shoot the stuff, and the dummies normally just have a little BB in them.
What is the purpose for the dummy rounds? Because you were loading those up this morning.
So the dummy rounds, they're meant to put in like the belts of the cowboys and everything, and like in the revolver you can see if it's empty or not. So yeah, I have to dummy them up if they're gonna be like looking right at the camera.
Oh, okay,
So can you hear how her voice is quite croaky, right? Even her voice is really, really relaxed. And it looks like she's got one, I don't know if she's got one arm behind the armrest, but the one arm is sort of tucked away. She's just talking with the other hand.
just for show, the dummy rounds are just for show to make it look
Just
as
for
full.
show, yeah.
Okay. But then the other rounds that you guys
The other
put on
rounds,
scene,
yeah, the other
shoot.
rounds.
Can you see under the table, this is her one shoe. Her shoe's sort of flipping like this while she's talking.
Yeah, they don't shoot a BB, no.
Oh.
No, they just shoot, like, they just open up and a little black powder comes out, and that's all. It's just a little black powder. And yeah,
Is there live ammo that's kept on set?
no, never.
Okay.
So I hardly even go shooting with 45 ammo at all. I normally just use 22.
Quite an interesting point there. She says, I hardly ever go shooting with 45 ammo, and I presume that means live shooting, right? So she's doing a little bit more hair kind of washing while she's talking.
And so you got the guns this morning. You and Sarah are the only ones who have, is it a combination for the safe?
It is, yeah.
Okay, and you guys are the only ones who have that combination?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But the rounds are?
They're in the truck, yeah. The truck gets pretty much locked up every night. I mean, not like padlocked, but just on set security.
Okay. Or do you guys have lunch? Does a lot of people just eat lunch there?
So do you notice there's a kind of agitation? She puts her hands up behind her head, then down again, then up again, then down again. Something does seem to be up, right?
We all leave and we go back to base camp.
Okay. And you guys left the dummy rounds and the ammo, but it's not real ammo.
My bad, blanks. The blanks. Yeah, we'll go with blanks.
I will use blanks.
Yeah.
Just so I also don't mix up in the confusion.
Yeah. Yeah.
She also seems to be drinking quite a lot of water. Have you noticed? She's the only one in the room that is pretty actively drinking. Even Michelle Traconis, you almost never see her in the interrogation drinking.
So, when you got the dummy rounds and the blanks this morning, what were you guys doing before lunch? Was that just,
we were just
with the dummies only, just?
Yeah, just the dummies. We were just about to get into the blank stuff, and you know, like part of my job is checking the barrel to make sure nothing's in it, because that's how Brandon Lee died. You know.
Yeah, right.
So like that's what I checked for. I definitely checked this morning, and I was planning on checking again right after lunch before we got into all the shits, and I already started checking the other two guns to check in the thing for them, and none of them had any barrel obstructions. So, yeah.
So you check the gun, but do you check the blanks and the dummies as well?
I do check the dummies. I check all of them, and they all showed that they were not hot, I guess you could say.
How can you tell the difference on the ammo, on the dummy rounds, or the blanks, I'm sorry. How can you tell the difference from the blanks and live, real ammunition?
A little ring. Like there's a little ring in there.
Just a quick comment, Halyna. I don't think she was actually part of the union. I don't think she was. I could be wrong, but I don't think she's a union worker.
It rattles, like a little rattle.
When it's a blank?
Yeah, and then also there's ones that I have with holes in the side to show that there's nothing in them.
Okay. So what are these ones? They're the rings?
Yeah, these ones were the rings. There was one, I think, with a hole. Yeah.
Again, notice the body language. She's propping her head up literally with her fingers.
So I want to visit with you a little bit about Ms. Gutierrez's statements up to this point. Initially, Ms. Gutierrez told you that she shook all the dummy rounds, is that right?
Yes.
And then upon further questioning, did Ms. Gutierrez tell you that, in fact, one of the rounds actually wouldn't have been a shaker, it had a hole in the side?
Correct, which wouldn't give any sort of audible noise if she shook it.
All right.
And you put the gun before going to lunch back in the safe?
Yeah.
But the blanks and dummies were left on the cart?
Yeah.
Did you, when you got back, did they look moved or tampered with or touched when you got back from lunch?
They did not. No, nothing seemed out of the ordinary.
Okay.
Was the gun still in the safe after lunch?
Yeah.
Who pulled it out?
Sarah pulled it out and she handed it to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you watched her?
Yeah.
Where I'm trying to get with is because you can handle the gun, you obviously are going to be loading the gun, so that's where I'm concerned about the dummy and the blanks, because those were left out. And is there some way that somebody can alter them to make them still look like your dummy rounds?
Well, so that's the thing, is that like bullets, like real bullets, pretty much look the same as dummies. The only difference is the rattle. And so, yeah, that's a choice, but also, I don't know, I'm kind of wondering, because I heard back in the day, dummies used to have like a primer cap. So I'm wondering if maybe it was one of those older ones or something like that.
Did you load them after lunch?
They were already loaded from before lunch.
Okay.
And so that's the thing, is like, you know, we had that gun the whole time before that, and nothing happened, and I wasn't in there, and they weren't supposed to be even pulling the hammer back.
So, okay, all right, let me just clarify a little bit. So prior to lunch, the guns, you had them out?
Yeah.
And where were they when they were out?
They were inside with all the camera crew and everything. It's, you know, COVID, everything happening right now. They don't really like a lot of people in there.
Okay.
And so usually I'm like hardly allowed in there unless there's actual firing happening.
So it's COVID, they don't want a lot of people in there, but there were 14 people in there. I don't know if it would have made a big difference if there was 15.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were you inside this morning?
I walked in there and I handed the gun to Alex.
So she's just mentioned COVID. Now she puts the mask back on. Do you notice?
Alex a couple of times, and Alex took it, and everyone was there with him.
Alex? Okay.
Baldwin, yeah.
Baldwin? Okay, so you handed him the gun this morning.
Yeah.
Does he pass it off to anybody? Were you able to see that?
At one point, Dave had it. The
Folded arms, mask on.
assistant director, but he was just sitting in with it, and then I saw him, and I was like, okay, this is fine. He's just sitting in, and then I walked out, and yeah.
And how do you know that Dave had it?
I handed it off to Dave while he was sitting in for the shot.
Okay.
Good point.
All right, so you guys were the only 3 handlers prior to lunch?
Alex, Dave, me. Dave was after lunch.
Okay.
Dave was after lunch. Yeah, that should have been the only ones. Maybe Sarah possibly, but yeah. Because that's the thing, they chill on our little table, and we're pretty much there all the time.
Okay. And then, so prior to lunch, did they do any scenes or anything of the sort where they were firing the weapon?
No.
Okay.
Nothing before lunch. Yeah, we were just supposed to get into it right after that. Like, literally, that was the last shot before we actually got into blanks.
Okay.
And those blanks were already loaded in before lunch?
No, the blanks are different than dummies. So, yeah, blanks, totally different. They actually have, like, ignition and powder and everything. Dummies, no powder, just for looks.
Just for looks, right.
Yeah.
So I think everything was after lunch then. So after lunch, you get back, and that's when you loaded a dummy round. I mean, the blanks.
No, no blanks were loaded.
No, like all dummy today.
Yeah, no blanks were loaded today. I was like getting ready for it. I had my fanny packs like full of like blanks and everything. But
okay. So when was the last time you loaded it?
I loaded it with so I loaded it with 5 of the dummy rounds before lunch. and there was one that wouldn't go in. And so when we got back from lunch, I took the like little cleaner guy, I cleaned it out really quick, and I put another dummy in there.
Okay, so there are 5 total in the gun.
Yeah.
Can you
About
describe?
6. There was 6. 5, yeah. When the incident occurred, yeah, there was 6.
Okay. Can you describe the gun?
It's a Colt. It's a long barrel.
So I don't know if you guys heard what she said. She said, I put 5 dummy rounds in. I couldn't get the 6th in. Then we went to lunch. And so the 6th round was the last round she put in. And it was the round that she put in, I guess, after lunch. She said something about that she had to clean the gun to get the 6th round in. But doesn't it stand to reason that the last round, may have been the round that killed Halyna? I could be wrong because, when you pull the hammer back, it does turn the barrel. So that could be a wrong assumption. But certainly what seems stranger is one bullet is added after all the other 5. Seems a little bit strange. And it doesn't seem to fit properly.
Colt.
It's a long barrel.
Mm-hmm.
And 6 rounds fit in it?
Yeah.
What color?
A bronze?
It's bronze?
Yeah, they're bronze. Yeah, kind of bronze, brassy.
What caliber?
45.
Okay. And that was the only one that was used today?
No, the other 2 were used too.
Okay. What do those look like?
Those are both 45. I think they're either Colts or Birdies. 45 and.
You guys catch that? She's asked a question. She goes, does she realize where she is? Does she realize she's being questioned by the police after someone was shot? Right?
Yeah, the 2 other characters have them.
Okay. And they're revolver looking?
Yeah, they are revolvers.
But the long barrel was the one that was used during the incident, just to be clear.
Yes, the long barrel one, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The other 2 are on the actors, and those were fine.
Okay, those are kind of like for show, pretty much, holsters?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, they took them out and they had them on camera too. And yeah.
So she's also gone from putting a mask on, I think taking it off, putting a mask on again for quite a long time, the second time. Now the mask's off. And if you could speed this interview up, you'd probably see such a range of motion. Lounging backwards, hunched up, arms folded, arms behind the head, washing hair, just this incredible range of motion.
Yeah.
Okay. And not a range of motion associated with describing anything, a range of motion almost like getting comfortable between questions.
Do you know, what time did you go to lunch?
Maybe about 12:30. Pretty much on the dot.
And then, so after that, Sarah pulled them out.
Yeah.
Did you see her check them, or did she just hand them to you and that's when you checked around?
She just handed us, we all took them, we took them in the bag to the set, so we didn't check them there. They're in little, like, socks, little socks.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do those look like?
Little socks. They look like
socks. All right.
Yeah. They honestly look like socks. Yeah.
Okay. And so when you checked it, it was on set or prior to transfer?
Yeah, it was on set. I didn't really check it too much after lunch, because it was already locked up and everything at lunch. But yeah, I checked it and put in that last round and sent it in.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that you had said something about keeping stuff in your fanny pack.
Yeah.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, it's a little fanny pack. It's super, it has a lot of pockets, so it's really cool to like separate, like, you know, the dummies from the blanks.
Do you agree with that statement? She says the fanny pack's excellent for separating the rounds. Well, were the rounds separated? Also, what do you think these officers are thinking about? They're sitting opposite her. What do you think they make of her? She's been pretty quiet, pretty observant. But what do you think the sense they're getting from her after just a couple of minutes? This is the armorer in a movie production, and she is responsible for the weapons, the safety. Just after 10 minutes talking to her, what do you think their perception is?
But it's mostly to separate like the blank sizes, because there's quarter loads, there's half loads, and then there's full loads. And I usually don't keep any full loads out there unless I need them. But I usually keep quarter loads and half loads right here. So if it's close up to an actor, we use a quarter load, and if it's farther away from an actor, we go ahead and we use halves.
Okay. And what's the reasoning for that?
Just the halves have more smoke and they look more real.
Okay.
Yeah.
So pretty much for
like if it was a bigger gun, like a rifle or something. Yeah.
So you keep
or if it's outdoors, you know.
Notice how, again, look how much she's shifting in her chair. And I don't think it's because of uncomfortable questions. I just think she's very restless. Right? She's kind of restless, maybe agitated.
But mostly it's the quarters, just in case they're closer proximity to an actor, you know. Or if it's inside quarters, or if it's around an animal or a child's quarters.
Okay. And then you had said that they're only supposed to pretty much expel dust or smoke, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were you?
I think there's a little bit of perhaps acting. Right, there's a little bit of that, but I don't think the whole thing. I don't think the whole performance is deliberate. I just don't feel like she's got that amount of control over how she's feeling. I get a sense that she hasn't really gotten much sleep, that she's quite tired, perhaps more than anything else.
Inside when the incident occurred?
No, I was right outside by my, my cart.
Okay. How close was?
Did you hear that answer? Just outside my whatchamacallit cart. It's just this kind of crazy.
About 15, 20 feet from being inside.
Now she's got the other leg up against the table. Just incredible amount of kind of restless activity, right?
Okay. What side of the building was done?
So the building with the door is facing, I don't know my north and west. Is it where the cross is? Is that the main door? So where the door, where they were like coming in and everything, that door, we were like right adjacent to that, to the left.
Okay. Could you see inside at all?
No, not really. No, I couldn't see inside.
What do you remember about?
Basically, I just like, you know, we had a couple of, like we had a popper pop last week. You know, the poppers are for special effects. Like one just went off randomly last week. So I was like, oh, it must be a popper. And like, you know, I checked all of them myself. So I heard like the shot and Sarah was like, what was that? And I was like, must have been a popper. And I like turned around and then I heard them say medic emergency. And I was like, what the fuck? And then I like checked in and I like looked and I saw Alec on the ground and I was like, oh, not Alec, Joel. And I was like, what the fuck was it?
Chelsea says she may not realize the severity of the situation. Well, she's been saying, oh, fuck, my career's over. Oh, fuck, I can't believe Alec Baldwin was holding the gun. Oh, I don't want anyone to see me where I am. I don't think that that's the case. I think she does realize the severity, but I think she's perhaps a little bit out of touch with what's going on. And why could that be?
Gun, and Dave was like, yeah, it was a fucking gun. And so I was like, I walked in and I like tried to see what was happening or like where the gun was, you know, to secure the weapons on set. And I got yelled at, and I ran out, and Dave brought me the gun, and I opened the gun up, and one of the dummies somehow had been discharged.
And can you kind of explain a little bit more what you mean by that it was discharged?
So if I had a bullet,
This is an important moment. She's actually got a bullet in her pocket. This is a kind of what the F moment. Watch this.
Some dummies. So, right, check these out. I wish it had just been one of these. But see how these have like the hole?
Okay.
And this one doesn't have a primer, right? And most of them, like, they have like the primers, but the primers aren't like hot. Like, I've never had one with a hot primer before.
Okay.
So that seems pretty weird to me. But so basically this part, when a bullet shoots, the fire projects it, and this comes out, this little piece right here, this little nipple.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so when I had checked the gun, this part, that was gone.
Did you get to see the shell?
I saw the shell, yeah, and it's on the thing.
Did it have one of the? Did it look like this, or was it different?
It didn't have the hole, it didn't have that. So, I mean, it had that, and it didn't have the hole. And this was gone, so it was just the shell.
So it kind of looked
Just the cartridge.
just the regular like cartridge when it's
Without
shot.
this, yeah.
So these ones are dummy or because they have the hole.
Yeah.
So that one didn't have a hole. So it looked like.
So Liesl says she may be in shock. How long do you think shock can last? Like if, and I know this is maybe an unreasonable comparison, but I was driving yesterday and there was an intersection and all the lights were out, and I broke the law. I basically turned where you're not supposed to turn. In other words, there's a sign saying no U-turns, and that's where I turned. And so I was at a four-way stop and going in that direction, but I wanted to come back this way. So, sorry, it wasn't a four-way stop, it was a traffic light where all the traffic lights were out. But because of that, there wasn't like this free flow of traffic. So I thought I'm going to turn here, and I was looking at the car coming from the opposing way, and the very next thing, as I was turning, a maroon Jeep kind of came, and it was very, very close to being an accident, and I really got a big shock from that. It was a very close call, my fault, close call. I was in I think a little bit of a dream world, and I kind of got quite a big fright from that, and that was something that happened to me, and then drove a little bit further, was already starting to forget about it, and then thought, geez, you need to pay attention when you're driving, and then again a little bit later, kind of forgot about it, and then again just said to myself, when you're driving, you really need to focus on what you're doing, blah, blah, blah. The thing is, if you want to give her the credit and say she was shocked for an hour, for 2 hours, for 3 hours, for 4 hours. She wasn't in that church when the gun went off. She simply heard that something happened. So it's not even direct shock, it's kind of indirect shock. It's I might lose my job kind of thing, right? That feeling, that frightened feeling tends to, you can't expand it infinitely. It tends to be a kind of a ping moment and then it passes. Shock is in itself a very temporary thing. I suppose if you say what Liesel's saying, you could say, well, then there's nothing to see here. And I also don't know why the prosecution are playing this, because you could also say Michelle Troconis was in shock because she was at the police station. You could, in theory, say any suspect in a police station in this situation is in shock. And so you can't really rely on their statements. I would tend to disagree with that. I hope you don't feel like I'm picking on you, Lisa, or whatever. I'm just trying to explain why I think what we're seeing here is actually quite important. It's not something we should sort of dismiss. It's the effect here, I think, is important. And you might say, I don't really think so. Well, you'll notice how different she appears in the very next interrogation.
Like a realistic one when you saw it. Mm-hmm. Okay.
What about your,
But a lot of
what about your blanks?
What about them?
Do they, what's the difference between a blank and that?
You know,
Sorry to hear that, Robbie. I'm glad you're still with us.
I don't think I could show you, but the blank, it's very different. And you would absolutely be able to tell the difference just by looking at it. So basically, the end here where this is gone, the projectile is gone in the blanks basically. This is squeezed shut. Like, you know, it's filled with like a little bit of gunpowder, like I said, either quarter, half load, or full load. Filled with a little bit of black powder, and it's opened by the metal part just going, so it just, so nothing flies out of those.
Okay. So this is pretty much what looked like what was in the gun.
This is 100% what was in the gun, except without that.
But Liesel, she didn't know at this point that Halyna was dead. That she didn't even know, she didn't even ask how Halyna was. So she doesn't know at this point what had happened to Halyna, unless I'm misunderstanding.
With the primer, but the primer normally is on there anyways for a lot of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not as normal.
No, it's not. A lot of them have the primer, so that way you can like see them in the belt. They look real.
I would say that if you're in shock, that you're stuck on a particular issue. So if we can make it about what I experienced. So if I had this very near miss with this vehicle and I was in shock, right? I don't think I would be talking about Timmy or thinking about taking Timmy for a walk or whatever. I would be just constantly talking about that incident. And maybe I would say, well, that was a near miss and you know, it's the third one this week or whatever. What's going on with me? But it would be like this constant stuck record thing. That tends to be, you know, when you have trauma like that, it does tend to gravitate around a specific thing, right? So I don't know. That's how I'm reading the situation. I think I need to get off the thing of that I'm pretty certain it's this way, that I need to convince you of it. We can all think whatever we want about the situation because it's not, her effect isn't on trial.
Okay. But a lot of them also have the primer in a hole, and that one didn't have a hole.
All right, so you had said so how did you end up getting the gun after?
I went in there, they yelled at me, I ran out, and I was like, can I see the gun? And they brought me the gun, and I opened it and checked it, and the very first one that I like, because, you know, once you shoot it, the next one in a revolver, it'll be that one, and first one I pulled out didn't have that.
Okay. Did you get to see any of the others?
The others all had, yeah, I took them all out. Was there on the cart too. They all had rings and they all had holes, and I don't understand. And that one did not.
And Corporal, just to be clear, the live rounds that were found on set, none of them rattled, did they?
No, they didn't rattle.
And none of them had holes in the side, did they?
No.
And I'm sorry, explain again what the ring is.
So imagine if this,
Oh, okay, so just a noise.
So that's what I'm saying. So this one is exactly what it looked like was in there.
Okay. And that one doesn't have any holes.
So that's, yeah. Honestly, that box of dummies might have some wonky ones in it. And we got that, I think, a week ago.
Who ordered them?
Well, we got them from from Seth, our, supplier and everything.
Okay.
But Seth borrowed them from someone. I don't know who.
Borrowed the runs that you have?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And how do you know he borrowed them?
I don't know. That's what Sarah said. And then as soon as Sarah called Seth, I don't know. I don't know if she talked to him or anything about this.
Okay.
You mean today, if she called him today and already talked to him, or when?
I don't.
Corporal, based on your investigation, let me back up. I think that we heard Ms. Gutierrez testify that that box of dummies might have had some wonky ones in it. Is that right?
Yes.
And did she also testify that that box was provided about a week earlier by Mr. Kinney?
Yes.
And did you continue to investigate the box and the source of that box of dummies?
Yes.
Based on your investigation, was Ms. Gutierrez's assertion that that box came from Mr. Kinney a week earlier, was that assertion correct?
No, it wasn't.
I know she called him, but I didn't get to hear the police officer told her to stop talking to me. Okay. So I don't really know what happened with that. But yeah, so.
Okay. Are you aware of a time or know if something like that can be dysfunctional or?
I mean, overall, these are some weird, what we're dealing with are explosives. There's always a chance of safety to be compromised. And that's the issue. And that's what I'm supposed to watch out for on set. And yeah.
Okay. What did Ms. Gutierrez just say? What she's supposed to watch out for on set?
The ammunition, pretty much.
I'm going to back it up just a few seconds.
Anything about this?
Okay.
You mean today, if she called him today and already talked to him, or when?
I know she called him, but I didn't get to hear the police officer told her to stop talking to me. Okay. So I don't really know what happened with that. But yeah, so.
Okay. Are you aware of a time or know if something like that can be dysfunctional or?
I mean, you know, like overall, these are some weird, like what we're dealing with are like, you know, explosives. There's always like a chance of like, you know, safety to be compromised. And that's the issue. And that's what I'm supposed to watch out for on set. And yeah.
Okay.
But I've never really I've heard of blanks before with the primer, you know, that's the only time I've ever heard of them, which is why I'm wondering if it was kind of one of the older ones, because that kind of stopped after that whole Brandon Lee situation. But I'm not really sure.
So Seth orders all of your.
So did you hear that she said the Brandon Lee situation? That's a reference to the actor who died in the movie The Crow. So she is aware of that, and that was actually brought up on set. Brandon Lee, what happened there was actually brought up on set prior to the incident.
Or rounds.
Yeah.
And is there anybody else that's involved in that?
I couldn't really say.
Okay.
I just get what I get, and I'm told not to bitch a fit. Yeah.
Do you know who the manufacturer is of these?
No.
Do you know what the box looks like?
Yeah, there's the boxes on the cart. Okay. It says dummy rounds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez just tell you where you could find the box of dummy rounds that she was pulling from?
Yeah, she said it was on the cart.
Okay. And is that consistent with what you saw in Mr. Benavidez's video?
In his lapel video, she grabbed them from the cart, however, handed them directly to Lieutenant Benavidez.
Okay, so somewhat consistent.
Yes.
What do you know about that?
Just that that's ordered them, or?
No, Seth is, he's, head armor for The Walking Dead. He was on that show for 10 years.
But he's also familiar about
Yeah.
getting these.
Yeah, Seth is, he pretty much is teaching me everything, other than my father.
Has anyone ever allowed live ammo on set?
No one.
Okay. What's your guys' protocol for the ammo? Like, what do you have in place? You know, are you supposed to check them every day? How often?
Basically, like, you know, our protocol for the ammo is like, you know, I have to know load sizes. I have to know, like, who's in the proximity, if it's a child, if it's a horse. And my protocol really is a lot of checking for barrel obstructions, mostly because that's where a lot of mistakes get made, is like just blanks behind something, and a lot of guns get thrown into, like, dropped in rocks, you know, and rocks get into the barrel and fly out and shit. So my shit is mostly just checking the barrel and everything, and then making sure the dummies are dummies. Yeah.
So obviously, I don't want to seem insensitive. My mother was a victim of a gunshot, and that was very shocking and hard to deal with. And Chelsea and Liesel have also had an experience that was traumatic. Is that what we're dealing with here? We're dealing with someone who's lost a family member. And if I can be quite specific here, does Hannah seem like you were when you lost someone that you cared about? And just to be clear, as far as I know, Hannah didn't even know that anything had happened to, as in that Halyna died. I don't even think these officers know that, right? So I don't know how she can be shocked with the situation of not actually knowing that. But just to take a little bit further, when someone very close to you died, did you sort of play with your hair? Did you talk about all sorts of other things, or were you very focused on this person that meant so much to you? Or do you think it is something where everyone just reacts differently? Don't pay any attention to it. I mean, she is on trial right now. I don't know if you were on trial after something happened to your family member. She is on trial right now. Do you think the shock thing is relevant? Again, if you think it is, when you lost someone that meant a lot to you, did you speak in a sort of croaky way? If you were asked, if you were in a situation with law enforcement, do you think you would sort of have a sort of a relaxed demeanor, or do you think you would be in quite a serious space? Would you think you would appear serious, or do you think you'd appear sort of relaxed and restless? Just interested to know what you guys think.
I've never really had any that didn't sound like dummies. Okay. When you looked at
Can Hannah move? She goes to the restroom. She seems to me quite assertive. She is going through the bullets in her pocket. She is assertive enough to say, "I don't want to sit in that vehicle." Do you think she is unable to move or to talk? She's not paralytic. She's not like absolutely paralyzed. She's not overcome with emotion either. Were you overcome with emotion, or were you like actually crying? Because she's not. So does she ever say that she's in shock? Did you say that? Did you feel that? I'm just wondering, because what's important here is our ability to distinguish between reality and perception. And so I'm just wondering whether we are able to do that here.
the gun, when Dave brought it back to you after the incident, did it look like it was the same gun when you handed it to Dave?
Yeah. Well, that is what happened in the middle of Baldwin's interview. They said she's just passed, and he seemed to get a really big surprise from that. I don't know for sure whether this interview was before Baldwin's or after. I really don't know. I really don't know. So I think that's quite an important question. Is Halyna alive at this point? And do the officers know either way? I think it's quite an important point. I don't know the answer. I'm sad to say, by the time I was covering this part of the case, no one cared about it anymore. And then I moved on. I moved on to cover other cases. I was starting to cover this sort of stuff. I did cover Alec Baldwin's interrogation the moment he found out. But as I say, no one seemed to be paying any attention to it. And then, of course, other cases do come up, and that's what happens. I think if I had continued covering this, I would know the answer about, was this interview, was it before Alec Baldwin's or after? I would assume it's before, because Hannah was sort of taken into custody first. They didn't even know where Alec Baldwin was for quite a long time. And Alec Baldwin, being Alec Baldwin, he actually changed clothing. Yeah, you see Hannah in the exact same clothing she was wearing at the time. Alec Baldwin had time to change. So if you ask me, this interview preceded his, And as I say, it was during the interview with him that the news came through that Halyna had died. So again, I don't know if you can say that she's so shocked that she's behaving in a strange way when it's not even clear that Halyna had died. I don't know if you can say that.
Yeah. Yeah, I would be able to tell too by the circling markings on the bottom of it. Okay.
Do you remember what those markings are?
They're kind of like little fingernail marks, but like a little more than this.
Okay.
I wonder why that one officer just suddenly got up and left. Did she get some information there? That seemed quite sudden,
How
didn't
much
it?
time? Okay, so how many guns were pulled out after lunch?
Like 7.
7?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because Miller has 2. Ooh, maybe, okay, wait. Miller has 2. The 2 officers have 2, and then Rust has 1, and then there's 3 long guns out, so.
Okay, sorry. Miller has 2, the officers have 2.
Yeah.
Who else?
Rust has 1. That was the one that was discharged. And, yeah. And then we had 3 long guns that were on the cart. A shotgun and a rifle. 2 shotguns and a rifle.
And you're in charge of watching all of these?
Yeah.
2, 4, hold on, 3, 8, okay.
Sorry,
You said
Timmy.
Rust?
It's going on
Yeah,
and on and
Rust
on
is
for me.
the character.
I'm
That was Baldwin.
Okay.
being a bad master. Sorry.
And you handed it directly to him? Or did you hand it to Dave?
I handed it to Dave after.
Timmy's not used to me being out of commission for like 5.5 hours yesterday. How long was yesterday? Was it 9 hours? Timmy's just not used to that. I must say, I'm not either. Yesterday was how long? 8 hours, 58 minutes.
So then Dave gave it to.
Yeah.
Do you
Alex
know?
was in there.
Do you know who all was inside the building during the incident?
Some new camera people we got. Our camera crew just quit last night.
Wow.
Yeah, the whole fucking crew except for like 1 dude that stayed. Yeah, and then the DP, the director.
Do you know anybody's name?
Halyna is the DP, she got shot. The director is Joel,
And
he
you
got
said-
shot.
I'm sorry, so DP?
Director of photography.
Okay. And that was Halyna?
Mm-hmm.
Helena?
I'm not really sure how to spell it.
Okay.
It's Russian.
Do you know her last name?
No.
And you said Joel, and he's another director?
Yeah, Joel.
And you said that he was also shot?
Yeah, which is just fucking mind-boggling to me. Yeah, both of them got shot.
How many rounds are?
I heard
you on
one.
it? You just heard one?
I heard one. So it must have went through one and somehow hit the other. Which is fucking insane.
Okay. Do you know anybody else that was inside?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Well, obviously,
yeah.
Alex, right?
Yeah, Alex was inside. Fuck yeah, I'm sad. I hate myself for that.
And what about Dave?
Yeah, Dave was inside.
Do you know Dave's last name?
It's on the call sheet.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez say that she hates herself because Alec Baldwin was in the church?
Yes. This is like so awful. Dave calls. Yeah, and I got the Halyna Hutchins. Halyna. And then Hutchins.
She was another person that was in there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And
So I have Halyna, Joel. Do you know Joel's last name?
Joel Souza, Souza.
So to me, the danger, and I think it's maybe the difference between men and women. I don't know if that's the issue, but I think if you look at this and you feel sorry for the armorer, and you say all of it is due to trauma and so on, then how do you take it to the criminal element? Because I see it in a totally different way. I'm seeing it from the perspective of, does she have guilty knowledge of what went on this set prior to this incident, right? And I see it from the perspective of, does she know full well that I didn't do this and I should have done that, and this is what armorers are supposed to do, right? And as a result of that, your attention is perhaps more on concealing information, right? And whereas some people in the audience here seem to be thinking she's really traumatized and the poor girl. And I'm kind of thinking, well, Halyna is fighting for her life and she's going to end up actually dying. And is that so? Should our concern be almost in an emotional way, where we say, shame the poor armorer was young? Isn't our concern the criminal liability that's going on here, and then whether what's going on here is actually a kind of deception, right? Because what also happened at this police station was apparently that Hannah handed over a baggie of cocaine, right? And so you may be sitting here projecting your own feelings, saying, oh, shame, she's in shock. Whereas I'm sitting here thinking, what happened to Halyna is inevitable, except it doesn't seem very clear what happened by what they're saying here. And it's probably going to come out later on that what was said here is inconsistent, incomplete, strategically left out compared to what came out later on. When you're sitting there with a lawyer and you very sober, right? And I just think it ends up being a failure to think critically when you start becoming sentimental about it. And I feel like it's a lose-lose situation, because if I try and explain that shock is not a factor here, then you take it personally and you say, you diminishing my own experience. You are minimizing what I had with my dad. But this isn't about you. It's also not about me. It's about her. And I'm trying to sort of direct your attention to also all sorts of behaviors and many behaviors within the context that she's actually on trial right now, right? She's on trial right now, not because she did something right, but because she not only did something wrong, but apparently hid information. And the other thing that I've been kind of at pains to express is, look at how her appearance changes. Her appearance here and her appearance in court is extremely different. Is that innocent and an accident, or is that also a contrivance? And there's also like a third degree where she's here and then she appears again with a lawyer next to her, and she looks totally different. She kind of looks like how can I put it? She almost looks like a mom. She looks very very different. Let me put it that way. So it's almost like there are three Hannahs. And I don't know if you can say she's still in shock and still traumatized by the second thing. And I don't know if you can say that now that she's on trial, she's still in shock and traumatized. It's not to say trauma doesn't linger, but there's also like if you behave in a certain way where you hide information, I don't think you can say that that is trauma. I think you can say that is guilty knowledge. So I think it's important to think critically about her in this situation, right? Thanks a lot, Liesl. And I don't mean to be insensitive. I know some of you lost people very close to you, and that is shocking and traumatic. And that is something where all of you deserve a hug, and all of you deserve our support, and all of you deserve our love, and all of you, that is a real thing. But this is, I think, a little bit different. Were you loading a firearm when this person that was close to you was lost, right? Anyway, I think I made my point.
Alec, Dave, anybody else inside?
Well, her steady cam operator was inside. His name is Reed Russell.
Yeah, I think so.
ReidRussel. He's a camera guy.
Okay.
Can you see that the one detective has got her phone on and open? And as far as I know, so this much I do know, as far as I know, she was sent the slug from Joel's arm, right? And then I think she's going to show it to someone in a moment from now. I think she's going to show the other detective, like going like this, showing the picture that she's got on her phone.
Everyone that she can think of. She was.
Yeah. I mean, you can't think of this just because, and I don't care about north or that, but so where we were parked, here's the back of the church. Where the front. The cars, where you were parked? Yeah, we were parked over here. So the church across the main entrance to that would have been over here. We were parked over here. Yeah. Where was your car?
Just a quick little point. What do you think the jury would think if they entered the court and this Hannah was on trial with yellow and blue hair and just dressed exactly the way she is now? What do you think the jury would make of her? And then also, why do you think Hannah's changed her appearance? Earth says we get it.
Because I don't think there was doors here or on this side of the building. So there was a door here, and my cart was approximately over here by a little black tent where producers or fucking cast or anyone would show under, really. Okay, and then that door's over here. So can you see the front, that door from where you were standing? Yeah. And you could see Dave the whole time on his way.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez indicate that the prop cart during the incident was located over by the black tent?
Yes.
And was that the exact same spot where it was when Mr. Halls took Mr. Benavides over to the cart to look for the gun?
Yes.
So I remember in the Caitlin Armstrong case, I was actually sitting in court when this happened. Part of the defense was that Caitlin was standing next to a big man, and this man is so tall and so on, and she was in shock. She was in shock with what happened, and that's why she behaved the way that she behaved. It's a classic defense argument. And I would be surprised if this lawyer doesn't use the same one. Why did she say that she was in shock? Well, there is an alternative that she was perhaps on a substance and perhaps had guilty knowledge. So she can kind of choose between those two. I think they both fairly good arguments.
Well, no, I went inside to hand him the gun. Oh,
He was
standing in pretty much.
Okay, so you didn't just hand it and then he walked off? And then
No, yeah,
so you
I handed it to Dave with the camera people there.
Okay. So you were close to the door when you handed it?
I was inside for a second, and then I went back out because,
They tell you to get out?
yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
I'm just curious because of the whole transferring from the one person to another of the gun.
Yeah.
So he is the one who gives it directly to Alec. Here's a picture, and I just want to see if this is something that would have come out of one of these.
Totally.
It wouldn't be a real life.
Let me pause there for a moment. What is Detective Talamonte, or now rather Corporal Talamonte, showing Ms. Gutierrez on her phone?
So we had received a photo from the deputy that was at the hospital with Joel Souza. He had sent us a photograph of the projectile that was removed from his shoulder inside a little like plastic canister, essentially, that the hospital staff had put it in.
I'm not going to put this up on the monitor because I think everybody can see it. I'm showing you what's already been entered as States Exhibit 54. Is this a photograph of what, is this what was in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay.
That's quite interesting. So that's the photo that was on her phone that she'd received, I guess, when she stepped out. Quite interesting.
Just the projectile.
So what that detective had learned was there's no bullshit around a blank or dummy. This was a live round, right? And it seems like quite strange that nobody seemed to realize that it could be a live round until this point, until they'd taken the freaking live round out of Joel Souza's shoulder. Oh, maybe it was a live round. And that to me is a weird thing, because the first thing I would have thought is it was a live round. Anyway.
Yeah, inside of a little container though.
Okay. And this was just a photograph that a detective at the hospital took of the projectile inside the container and texted.
I don't believe it was a detective that was there. It was just a deputy that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that
Someone
was
from law
instructed to go to
enforcement.
the hospital with Joel Souza.
So I don't know if you can see Hannah in court has her arms folded.
I'm not going to put this up on the monitor because I think everybody can see it. I'm showing you what's already been
See over there?
entered as States Exhibit 54. Is this a photograph of what, is this what was in that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Just the projectile.
Yeah, inside of a little container though.
Okay. And this was just a photograph that a detective at the hospital took of the projectile inside the container and texted.
No, just Hannah in the back.
I don't believe it was a detective that was there. It was just a deputy that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, that was instructed to go to the hospital with Joel Souza.
See, and the other thing is, you could say maybe Hannah is just a really restless person, but she's not that way in court. She is capable of sitting still and paying attention in court. That offers us a kind of baseline, right? Doesn't it? And not only is Hannah very different in her appearance in court, but also very different in her body language. I'm not saying she's slightly different, like she's extremely different in that cubicle. It's not like just a little bit of this and that. It's very, very different posture, very, very different posture.
Gun ammo.
So that looks like a blank one, which I'm pretty sure, because normally the blank one.
So Hannah's now being shown the live round, the bullet that actually, and yes, she says that looks like a blank one.
like they have kind of this little line right there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure the regular ones don't.
Okay.
So that,
Detective, are you now relatively familiar with blank rounds?
Yes.
Do blank rounds look anything like that projectile?
No.
So, what do you think about that? Just in terms of the whole thing we've been talking about, I know some of you probably Earth is one of them. It's just like I've had enough hearing about this. But what I'm trying to say is, I think Hannah knows very well what is going on. She may be tired. She may be feeling another way as well, but I think she's very aware of what she was supposed to do and what the situation is that she's in. And now she's shown a bullet that came from a live round, a real bullet, the thing that she is supposed to prevent. She's shown this by the officer, and she says what she's just said. She doesn't say it in a lethargic way or an unsure. She's very, very clear and very specific. That's not a live round. And she's wrong because it is. And you wouldn't need an armorer to tell you that. Let's go back to that moment.
that looks like a blank one, which I'm pretty sure, because normally
And can you hear the tone of her voice? Suddenly it's quite chirpy. It's almost bird-like. That looks like a, right?
blank ones, like they have kind of this little line right there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure the regular ones don't.
Okay.
So that,
Detective, are you now relatively familiar with blank rounds?
Yes.
Do blank rounds look anything like that projectile?
No.
it looks like that would be in the blanks all the time.
That was what was pulled out of the shoulder.
Oh my God.
Again, now look at her posture. They've just spent about 20, 30 minutes getting a kind of narrative, and you can say it's this narrative or it's that narrative. You could say maybe it's a BS narrative, and now it's become clear, no, it was actually a live round. Suddenly, she's pretty guarded, and these officers now have got a better idea of what's really happening in this story.
God, poor Halyna.
So that's why they were thinking it could be an actual live round at this point.
Really?
Yeah. Does that look like it would have been a live round to you?
Well, honestly, if we had my extractor, we could pull this out and check it, but, I don't know.
It actually looks so cool.
Yeah, I don't know, because look at that line. That's kind of a distinct thing. I think that's mostly for dummies.
And now at this point, the other detective goes out the room. And so basically, when the detectives have left the room, they've gotten a different impression on what they're being told.
Just to be clear, was Ms. Gutierrez offering to use a device to disassemble a round?
Yes.
Did she do that?
No, we couldn't. I could not find a tool at the sheriff's office that we could use to do that.
But did she indicate to you that she had one,
Yes.
but just not on her?
Correct.
All right.
Hold on.
That might be a regular live round though.
It looks pretty, that's what they were thinking. It could be a live round.
Holy fuck.
No. I just think you.
So did you hear that? Holy fuck. She seems to have realized that that's where things stand at the moment.
Said, and I think that's why there's protocol, because of Lee when all that happened
Okay, look at the body language.
on set too. Was there anything that stuck out of ordinary today to you?
No, I mean, just the whole camera crew quit. That's all. So we were like super behind and everything.
When did the camera crew quit?
Yesterday.
So is there a reason?
I don't know.
Okay,
I mean, I don't think that they would be involved in that.
Well,
Yeah.
is there because maybe people were disgruntled?
Oh, there was some bickering, but I don't, yeah. I highly doubt that they were able to switch any rounds, and especially getting a 45 round is like stupid hard right now.
Mm-hmm.
And at least, yeah.
Was there any of that towards Joel, or did anybody have any issues with Joel, and what was the other one?
I don't believe anyone had issues with Joel.
Okay, what was
Halyna.
Halyna.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know too much about her. She's definitely a strong personality, that's all.
But there's nobody that you could think of that might have any anger?
I couldn't really say that anyone would be like that angry. Like, you know, we're on a film set. Everybody's always pissed off at each other a little bit. We work together for 12 hours a day, 5 days a week, you know?
Yeah.
It's hard to not beef with people a little bit.
Well, I mean, it's kind of interesting that the whole camera crew quit yesterday, and then
that is pretty
something happens like this today. Would somebody want to maybe, or they could even have an issue without, if somebody wants to disrupt the filming of this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Is that something that you could think of?
I don't know. I can't really say for sure, and I wouldn't want to think that about anybody on that set personally.
You really don't want to think that about anybody.
Never.
But
no.
unfortunately,
yeah, I can't think of like any one person. I couldn't really think of a situation that would require like, you know, I don't know, almost killing somebody.
mm-hmm. Well, I mean, it happened. I mean,
Yeah.
you keep mentioning it was Let the Crow when that happened.
Yeah, that was scary,
So,
man.
These things happen with
These
somebody.
things, I know, I can't believe I'm like the last thing like this to happen since The Crow.
And
my
it's
own fucking worst nightmare.
unfortunately, well, I think right now they're good, but again, that's why, unfortunately, you're that way, like, oh, it's the person who is in charge of all these.
Totally.
And that's why we wanted to talk to you, one of
Yeah.
the main ones, because, yeah, you're in charge of it, but that's also why would you put yourself in that predicament?
Yeah.
You know, so would it be possible?
Yeah. I don't know. I think maybe there was just perhaps a bad round in that box.
Well, a couple of bad rounds.
Possibly.
Because there wasn't one round.
That's quite important. She acknowledges there could be a bad round in there, and then that there could be more than one.
That went off.
What? There was one, right?
How did
because
two people get shot?
No, so there was only one round that went off, and I must have went through Joel somehow and fucking hit Halyna, and I'm like flabbergasted by this. I can't fucking imagine how that happened, but I heard one shot.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard one shot, and honestly, like, I opened up the gun, I checked the rest of it.
So by her own, in her own words, she says she's flabbergasted, right? She doesn't say shocked, traumatized, devastated. It's almost like a very high amount of surprise, right? Let's just look at that word, flabbergasted. Intense shock, but it's kind of it's not like traumatic shock. It's more like astonishment. It's a kind of neutral surprise. Flabbergasted can even be positive, that you flabbergasted that someone proposed, right? Anyway, some folks in chat will probably be like, you see, I told you. Anyway.
Only one of these was gone, and the rest were fine.
I wish we could. This one has a different house and this one. This is the one that, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, they're all, I mean, like, you know, they all kind of vary a little bit. That's just the thing about them. They all vary a little bit, yeah.
Tell me about what happened yesterday. Did something happen that, or did they just walked off set and said
I
they
have
quit?
no idea. I think at the end of the night, they all quit. The camera crew always bickered a lot, to be honest. Like, a lot of, I don't know, just animosity, I guess, or them with the grits, everybody, yeah, that whole, it's almost unpleasant to be inside there, just because it's so, like, toxic. Yeah. So, COVID, yeah, I try to stay out, and then I was definitely on the sides watching, and they weren't supposed to be pulling the hammer back or anything. Like, it was just supposed to be in the shot, and so I don't know.
That's true.
Why it was pulled back?
I don't know what, yeah. I mean, if they wanted it pulled back, like, that's fine. I had no idea about it, you know. But even then.
Who do you think Hannah blames for what's happened here? Who do you think Hannah thinks is to blame?
Shouldn't have gone on. Yeah, so that's why I was like, okay, like, it's right there, you know, I stand right by whenever there's gunfire. I'm still there whenever the shit's there, but I'm not usually directly inside the room just because they don't find it necessary.
Yeah, well, and that's why it's like, they're not supposed to pull the hammer back, but it still is a prop gun or prop.
It's a real gun. It's a real fucking gun.
But your prop.
Yeah.
It's that.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, totally. I know, I don't know. I wish I would have checked it more.
Did you catch that? I wish I could have checked it more. And that is actually what I think the opening arguments from the state ended off on. Let's see if the prosecutor notes this point that I've stopped on.
Is there anything that you think could have happened?
I have no idea. I don't know. Like I said, that box is shown there for lunch. I will say it is hard to get 45 ammo. You know, ammo is super expensive right now, and ever since the election, pretty much all ammo has been like bought up a ton. I'm sure you guys know as a police force.
Yeah. So I was just thinking, you had mentioned when you were loading, dumbing it up, one of the 6 rounds didn't fit in, correct? And you had to clean it.
Yeah.
Did that seem odd to you?
You know, no, that didn't really seem that odd. That gun had been dropped a lot in the dirt previous before that. Yeah. So it might have just been a little gunky. And then after I cleaned it out, like, it fit right in.
Okay.
Yeah, but, yeah.
Does that usually happen?
Does that usually happen? I mean, yeah, every now and then. Yeah.
You didn't think that it could have been the round itself that was the reason why it was initially given?
You know, I don't think so, because, like, these are dummies and everything, and they slide out a little easier per se, but yeah, I don't think that would have been a thing. Sometimes they.
So the impression I kind of get is, how can I put this? Let's say I'm gonna put it in terms that are very familiar to me, and it's basically, if I've written a book and I send the book over to someone to edit the book, and they say, I think I've caught all the spelling mistakes. I did run it through Word. I did do that. It should be good to go, but just put it through one more check. I might be inclined to say, and let's say I do start checking it, am I going to read this entire book and then I might find one spelling mistake somewhere, or I might find one error somewhere. And Hannah, I wouldn't be surprised if she assumes that what Seth is giving her is all good, right? And so why must she check every single round, every single time? Because everything that she's got is, safe. It's a dummy rounds and whatever. And so why does she need to check it? And if she does check it, there's no reward when it's the right round, right? I don't know if you follow what I'm trying to say. It's like a very boring job in a way if all the rounds on set are dummy rounds, but your job is to check whether there isn't a live round among them. But you can easily assume after you've checked so many that, you know what, I'm pretty sure that they are all, and then do you actually do those checks anymore?
They do just get stuck because like the guns are a little dirty.
Corporal, did Ms. Gutierrez just indicate that the dummies slide in and out of the cylinder a little easier than live rounds?
Yes.
Interesting. Remember what she said? She couldn't get the sixth round in. She was struggling, and I said maybe that was the live round.
And she also indicated that that last round didn't want to go in as easily. Is that
There we go,
correct?
yeah.
Yes.
That sixth round that she put in after lunch?
That's correct.
Other than that, everything else seemed normal with the rounds.
Everything else
gone.
seemed status quo, and I thought today was going to be another like super great day, and that we were done shooting after this, and it's going to be smooth sailing.
So the picture of the round that I showed you, you think it could have been from the
The
dummy?
dummies, yeah. Honestly, I can't remember really if I got, if they were from the box or if they were from, on top of we have a cart, and we have several dummies just around. Some come out of the box, but they're all out of boxes really, but yeah. Might have just been one of the ones on the cart. But it should be, yeah.
And that's your car. Nobody else puts anything else on it.
Not really. I mean,
But it is possible.
It is possible.
A lot of people have access to your car.
Yeah.
So as you're loading it, do you...
Corporal, at this point in time, were you aware that there were actually 6 live rounds on set?
No.
So at this point in time, all you knew of was the one that resulted in the injuries. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And check every single time?
Yeah.
Every round?
Yeah.
And you did it on this time too?
I did it.
Okay. But that one round, you weren't sure if it was fresh out of the box or just laying on the cart?
Honestly, I don't think, if it didn't rattle, I want to have put it.
So personally, I think this is quite significant. She's been shown, Hannah has been shown a live round that was taken out of Joel's shoulder. And she's told it's a live round. And look at how she's sitting after that, after being told that. The sort of lounging way that she's sitting. And what I'm trying to say is, what is going to shock her? What is going to, maybe that's the wrong word, what is going to really get her attention, if not just that? What I mean is, what is going to make her sit up straight and be absolutely serious, dead serious? What is going to achieve that? It almost feels like nothing. Maybe if someone walked in the door and said, couple of months from now, you're going to be on trial. Do you think that would have made any difference? I don't know. She just seems like in a fog.
heard the rattle.
Yeah, I checked all 6 of them for a rattle.
I hate to belabor the point, but she indicated she checked all 6 of them for a rattle, but one of them didn't have a BB in it, right?
That's correct. One of the rounds that Hannah had loaded in that firearm actually had a hole in the side of it to indicate it was a dummy, so it would not have rattled, which is contrary to her statement of if it wouldn't have rattled, I wouldn't have put it in.
And the live rounds wouldn't have rattled, correct?
No, they won't.
All right, we're almost done with this one.
So yeah, I mean that's quite an important statement there. She's saying every round that I put in rattled, but when they checked that, there had to have been 2 that didn't. And remember what I've said just a moment ago. Doesn't it seem like possibly what happened here was that because somebody else also said that Hannah was treating these protocols as optional. Can't remember who said that. I'm not sure if it was the prosecutor or the dolly grip dude or someone else. But isn't that how it does seem? That instead of checking every single round, she just kind of stopped checking everything. And you can imagine if you're in a rush that you might stop checking. You check. Oh, I don't have any time. I'm sure it'll be okay. All the rounds that I've seen here are dummies. It's fine. And that's how the mistake comes in.
It's really, I mean, incidents I guess sometimes happen, but just that the whole crew quits the day before and then something like this happens.
I don't know. I totally feel like this was just a fucking really fucked up accident.
And that's how you feel?
Yeah. I wouldn't think that anyone on that phone set is that malicious.
I mean, I just have to ask you.
Yeah, no,
because
totally.
it is something.
Oh, yeah.
What about Sarah? How much do you know about her? How long have you worked with her?
Like the nicest little Christian girl ever.
Okay.
We're an extractor and an armor. So,
An extractor? For those?
yeah. So I'm gonna take one of these
Yeah.
real quick, okay?
Totally.
I'll be back in just a minute. And so just to be clear, the one that you had seen, that you had pulled out, looks like which one?
Mostly like that one.
Okay. With the,
Yeah, that's when I saw it. It was punctured. So.
So one thing I'm a little bit confused about, like I'm genuinely confused about this, is couldn't Hannah have an evidence tampering charge based on her pulling those bullets out in this cubicle right here? Or is the fact that she showed them that she's got them, does that nullify that? I don't know if Liesel's still here. If she never took the bullets out of her pocket and she was searched and they found the bullets then in her pocket, would that then have been evidence tampering? I'd just be interested to know, because I would really think that the way that the officer was putting, trying to get the car to his vehicle, putting cartridges in his vehicle, putting the gun in his vehicle, wanting to see Hannah's fanny pack. Why does she have bullets in her pocket? Shouldn't she have put everything onto the cart, or just basically showed everything she had with her? Liesel?
It wasn't missing it when I took it out. Yeah, it was punctured. So.
Okay, that's interesting.
okay, I'm gonna have you come in here, okay? Unless you have anything else that you think you missed or want to add. I'm gonna hold on to these, okay? Actually, I'm gonna hold on to them. Okay.
Just one more clarification. When you got the gun back handed to you, had someone already opened it too, or you did all the manipulating of it?
We did all the manipulating.
So Dave just literally just handed you the gun, handed it to me, and it was still closed.
It was still closed.
Okay.
All right, let's do this. Yeah, you wanna grab that? There's a trash right there. Thank you, guys.
That's the end of it. Would the court like to take the afternoon break?
All right, we'll take our afternoon break. Please don't tell among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Follow the bailiffs.
All rise.
Now, thanks to the magic of the internet and thanks to all those interruptions from me, we can jump across time and go straight to the next interrogation. I don't think I'm going to play the whole thing, but it's where Bowles is present, a lawyer is present, and things are slightly different this time round.
So we are going to, let me get the exhibit number, I apologize. Okay, we are now going to play State's Exhibit 68. And just for clarification, can you see on your screen what we're looking at?
Yes.
So we understand that the first video was of the statement on October 21st. What date is this interview taking place?
This is November 9th, 2021.
I would ask to admit State's Exhibit 68 and permission to publish.
No objection.
So about 2 weeks later. Where's Hannah in this picture?
There you go. There you go. Thanks. All right. Let's do this. Yeah. Where's Alex at? Sam? I said, where's Alex at? I'm Alex. Oh, really? Wait. The other one was Sam? Yeah. Oh, geez.
If you turn it down a little, do you think you can hear better? I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Yes, but that control seems to really take it up or down significantly, so it's hard to fine tune it. Let me see if I can make it better from here, George, and if I can't, we'll push it down one up there.
Yeah. She was assisting. I'm actually primary on this. Okay.
It needs to go up a little.
Up a little? Okay.
Yeah.
Let's try it there and see if I can get the, okay.
I totally had you guys mixed up. It's okay.
What do you think? You
I
want
was
it?
kind of like out of it.
I can't tell what this
Well,
means.
I think everybody was a little bit that day. Yeah. So it's formality.
Does that sound okay?
I noticed that this microphone's on. I don't know if that has anything to do with it.
Thank you.
Maybe we can turn off more of these microphones and prevent some of that.
Is that one on over there? No? Okay. All right, let's see.
Mine's on and I can turn it off.
Why do you think Hannah has a lawyer with her the second time? What do you think that's all about? Because they think, let's spot the difference. Her hair, this is in 2 weeks, right? It's from 21, sorry, it's actually, yeah, 2 weeks. 21 October to 9 November, right? 2 weeks, let's say 3 weeks tops, 2 to 3 weeks. Her hair's changed. Her dress code has changed. Her lawyer is with her. And let's see if anything else has changed.
And I think, Corporal, you can turn yours off as long as you remember to turn it back on when we're talking.
Okay.
But remember,
All right, I'm just going to play it from the beginning.
There you go. There you go.
wait, the other one was Sam?
Yeah.
Oh, geez.
Yeah. She was assisting. I'm actually primary on this. And
Okay, I totally had you guys mixed up. That's okay. I was kind of like out of it, so yeah.
Oh, I think everybody was a little bit that day.
Did you hear what she said? I was kind of out of it.
Yeah. So as formality, she signed this the first night. Okay, I'm gonna have you do it again tonight. Just that way, we're all in understanding. I know your attorney's here. This is your statement of rights. Okay.
Okay.
I agree, Robbie.
Thank you.
I agree with you.
Do I check all of these?
Yeah. Initial them for me.
Okay.
I like your necklace.
Thank you. It's actually a locket. Okay.
She's wearing a locket. She has got her hair tied up. There's a nice girly bow on her hair. She's quite polite and
Oh. What's the date?
It was the 9th.
she's also wearing glasses,
I don't even know what to do with it.
as she was.
Yeah.
I think she was also wearing glasses in the previous interview, right? There's also no mask. No one's wearing a mask 2 weeks later.
Can make some of those here that way. Anybody asks, just say.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, good point, Linda. Good point.
All right, Hannah, so we'll start out. I'm gonna kind of go over your experience again, okay? So can you tell me your years of experience as an armorer?
Okay, so pretty much, mostly really started taking on this armor job in March with my dad. We did the movie Murder at Immigrant Gulch together.
So let me just stop it there. The first question the detective asks her is about her experience. Chris Watts wasn't asked, how long have you been an oil operator, whatever. Michelle Troconis wasn't asked, how long were you? This is to do with her competency. And what's quite interesting is the question is, how many years have you been an armorer? And she answers it by saying something about March. So she hadn't really been an armorer for even 1 year. She'd been an armorer. She'd worked as an armorer since March. So think about it. March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, barely half a year, right? But also quite interesting, the question was, for how many years have you been an armorer? The answer should be less than 1 year. That's the right answer.
Together, on the same team. I was his assistant. And then I did my own job as head armor on the Old Way after that. And then after that, I did this, and before that, I had gone on a couple of things with my dad, mostly doing production assistant work, but also still kind of watching him and still kind of learning from him on the side.
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
I did Magnificent Seven like back in 2015, and we were out there for like 2 months, and I was learning a lot from him then too.
okay, so pretty much just assisting him.
Yeah,
From 2015 until.
Yeah, pretty much. And also, well, not like consistently either, because I was in college for a lot of that time.
Okay.
Yeah, so for a lot of before this, I was in college, so not really able to do the whole film set thing.
Okay. What did you go to college for?
I went to college for communications and film.
Okay.
Yeah, and I also took a lot of art classes too.
So how many productions now do you have under your belt?
Whatchamacallit? About seven.
Seven,
Yeah, and then also I did a bunch in college,
And then how many with you as head armor?
Head armor, just 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
That was
This
the
Rust and the Old Way, yeah.
Okay. How long did you spend on the Old Way?
We did that for a month and a week.
This is like not that much time.
Not that much time.
And
No. But it was only me doing the guns on it. So it was me, 22 guns, doing all of the loading and everything myself.
Okay. What about any official training that you've done? In regards to-
Official training, not really much official training.
So just
I was planning on getting my concealed carry permit pretty soon, but haven't gotten there yet.
okay.
So, how do you guys feel about that? Like, if there's a true crime YouTuber, would you say someone needs any training? Do you need to have studied anything? No. You seem like a nice person. I read a lot of detective novels as a kid. Okay, you qualified. Think about it in this case. Does someone need to be trained to be an armorer? Like, do you need training, do you think, to be an armorer? If you're on a movie set and this is a position where safety, but we're talking about a cowboy movie where there's a lot of guns and ammunition. Do you think it's necessary? Would you want to say, in terms of the recruiting officer, we need someone that is got experience and has got some kind of training for this kind of movie? Would you say that would need to be a requirement? Or would you say, no, if you, okay, that's a blank, that's okay, and you just show, okay, that's fine. That's good enough for us.
For what you do as an armorer, does this job require to use like specific tools when you're doing inspections on weapons?
So I don't really do the inspections on weapons too much. I'm not a gunsmith by any means, I get them from Seth, maintenance them and everything. I was cleaning a couple of them, and a couple of them did have some issues that I couldn't figure out, so I sent them back to Seth, and he sent them back to me, and they were okay.
Okay. So any type of like malfunction or anything that you came across would go?
Yeah.
And you're talking about Seth Kenny, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I sent back one of the guns because the hammer was pulled back and it wouldn't release back down. And I don't know, he said something about I cleaned it wrong or something. I'm not sure. But I cleaned 17 other pistols that day, so I don't know how I did that one wrong.
Okay. Do you remember which one that was?
That was actually one of Miller's guns and not related to the incident really, but Miller was one of the deputies and just one of his, the hammer got stuck back and I've never encountered that before, so I went ahead and sent it back.
Okay. So as far as like the movie productions go, do they require you to have any certifications to work? And it can be like, anything.
I'm not really sure entirely, just because most of the jobs I've gotten have just been like through word of mouth and everything, or like, Seth works on getting them for me, or my dad gets them for me, or my dad got me on as his assistant the first time, so I'm not really sure entirely what they are looking for. I know that they get a firearms license and everything, and a license for the area to shoot on and everything. But they usually get that. I don't even get that usually, so I'm not really sure in terms of what else. I know that Seth always tells me that I'm on his license to work with these weapons, and that's all I really know.
And that's kind of the same with Sarah, right?
Yeah. Not really sure what that's ever meant. Seth always just says Hannah and Sarah are on my license.
Okay. But as far as like you go, there's no
no one really asks about much of that.
Like you don't have to take safety classes in regards to any.
So one of the positive developments that came out of the Rust incident is the following. This is from the LA Times. The rules on how prop guns are used on film sets are about to change. And part of that is qualifications, right? The prop master or other appropriate personnel handle firearms, but actors working nearby should be able to observe the loading of the gun, right? There aren't any detailed steps specifying how a gun should be handed to an actor. Typically, an armorer will demonstrate clearing and loading a gun in front of the cast. And there was something else here about qualifications. Anyway, so that's certainly a positive development. They've made the rules regarding this clearer.
Anything with movie sets. So that's the thing. I was actually just getting into the union, and with the union and everything, because on this set they hired me non-union. But normally with the unions, you take a safety course, you take a sexual harassment course, and you take a few different things. And I had like literally just gotten the paperwork and everything to get in that. And you need 30 union days on a union show before you can do that. And so I had 22 before this job. And so a lot of the days from this job were going to count towards that.
Okay.
But yeah, so I wasn't even able to get that. But for other than that, like the whole industry doesn't really require anything. It's mostly just California or union, and I wasn't union.
Okay. And so Russ wasn't like, you know, the guy obviously has to have a cert to be a cop.
Yeah, no,
And
totally.
take, like, you know, every year I got to take like driving courses and shooting courses and everything like that.
Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, no, Russ didn't really ask me anything about that. They kind of just conferred it all through Seth.
Okay.
If you look at Hannah's posture, her head, her legs, her arms, do you notice anything different between this interview and the one we've just looked at? Do you notice that there's like a slight difference between the Hannah here in terms of her body language and her posture? Do you notice, or is it just very similar to what it was on the 21st?
So I heard that you were hired to do a couple jobs on this set.
Yes.
Can you talk about or tell me about both of them?
Okay, so like originally when I got on the set, you know, I have always done armor kind of really separate from props. Like I'm always with props, but we do it ourselves, me and my dad, and props doesn't really interfere. This is the only job that I've taken where I was heavily incorporated into props, and it's because originally they had hired me for armor and key prop assistant. And that's not just like prop assistant, that's the key prop assistant. So that means more responsibility. That means I'm Sarah's second.
Okay.
In a lot of cases. So if there's an issue with props, you would go to Sarah, and then if there's an issue where Sarah can't, you know, isn't there, then it goes to me, and then we have our assistant, Nicole. So I had, my job is the armor, and originally I thought that I was mostly going to be doing my armor job and kind of left alone to do that. But after the first week, I got talked to by some people in production, and they were told that I wasn't really pulling my weight in props. So basically I was told that I needed to shift my focus less on armor and more onto props.
Who did they expect to take on the armor role if it wasn't your?
I don't know. They told me, they said, yeah, we hear that you're taking your armor job very seriously, but we need you to support props right now because props is also struggling. And I was like, okay, I'll try my
Thanks
best
for
to
being
do
with
that.
us, Robbie and Valerie
Normally,
as well.
before that, I would kind of just hang out in the prop truck and like, you know,
I think I need to
work
call
on
it a
the
day
guns and
quite
just
soon as well.
kind of be in there doing my own stuff if there weren't any guns on set. But after that, they had told me like, no, we want you on set. We want you as a present on set for props.
Okay.
Yeah, so was split up quite a bit.
Can you give me some examples of what you would do, like when you were assisting props?
Okay, yeah. So normally, you know, I kind of like for the saloon scene, I would just kind of be standing there, you know, watching over the guns and everything, checking them for the actors as I brought them into the actors. That's just my job as the armor. With the saloon and everything, I'm pouring drinks for props. I'm running outside and rolling cigarettes. I'm like doing several different things and grabbing several different props and setting props up constantly. And so, yeah, when some scenes aren't exactly super prop heavy and sometimes they're just kind of gun heavy. And so in that case, I can like focus more on the guns. But sometimes I was split between running the guns and also dealing with the props. But Nicole, the assistant, tried to help alleviate that a little bit, but
Wow, so this, I don't know if I'm going to be here for this whole thing. I would like to, but I've already been here almost 7 hours. So I think we're going to jump ahead to the last 20 or so minutes of this. Sorry if there's some of you want every single minute, but it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning where I am.
on his phone, a lot of that entire thing. But for the most part, they put me in training this time. It was pretty irregular how I trained actors this time. This time, they put 9 people all together in one day that I was supposed to train. And during this time, they put a ton of producers right there. Normally, I train the actors one-on-one. It makes them feel comfortable. It allows them to not be distracted and everything. And this time, they had me training 3 people at once and a ton of producers behind me. The director's there too. The producers are talking to the actors. The actors were distracted even too. And I tried my best to work with all 3 of them. I worked with Jensen. You could probably see a video of him saying like, she showed me like, this is how you check it. You know, this is how we make sure it's safe. So I try to do that standard same thing every time, show them how to check their own gun and show them how to make sure it's safe. And then I always I have them draw it a few times, you know, with nothing in there, make sure that they have the draw down. Usually a little before that, I'll have them like just fire off a couple of quarter loads, you know, so they can get the idea, not drawing it from their thing, but just holding it and firing it so they can understand what they're going to be doing. And then after that, we work on the actions that they're going to specifically do. So, you know, if I know that they...
So let me ask you, would you want to hire this Hannah? Would you want this Hannah on your set? She's quite well dressed. She seems pretty organized. She's pretty professional, certainly in the way that she describes her work. If you could choose, which Hannah would you like to work for you? This Hannah, with a legal representative sitting beside her, or the other Hannah that we saw 2 weeks ago? Which one would you prefer?
They have a scene and everything. We kind of talk it out together and like how they would run, pull it out, what they could do, you know, how not to let it fall on the ground, how not to like let rocks get inside of it. Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
What about safety rules? Do you advise them any of those?
Safety rules such as I tell them all the time not to point them at each other. That's my biggest one. And I always say to everyone in front of them, I'm like, if you don't have to be here, don't be here. You know, other than that, safety-wise, I tell them to keep their finger out of the trigger guard unless they're ready to shoot, because that's how a lot of accidental discharges will happen. And that's just what my dad's told me, at least. So I always try to advise them to keep their finger out of the trigger guard, and yeah.
Okay. Besides you, were there any other trained armorers on the set?
Sarah was kind of trained by Seth. Yeah. I believe Sarah did a show before, and I think that there were 2 guns involved in the show. And stuff. I trained her personally for that.
Okay.
And then I also kind of showed her what to do at the beginning of it to make sure that she wouldn't have an accidental discharge. But she still did, so.
Yeah. So before any gun scene, even just like rehearsal or filming or anything of the sort, did they do a brief?
You know, sometimes they would have time to like really go into it and everything and like kind of, you know, work out the action. Sometimes they would do like an overall one, you know, where they kind of just say like bang, 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 bang. So we did have some rehearsals. Sometimes, you know, there wasn't always rehearsals.
Okay.
So sometimes.
So do you think this Hannah is under the influence, tired, traumatized, shocked, compromised in any way? You know, do you think she is struggling to be in this room compared to the other one? Do you think there's any kind of thing influencing her ability to talk or remember things or to deal with a situation?
Yeah, we totally had like rehearsals, usually the big ones, and we just kind of have people go bang, 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 bang.
All right. As far as, so what it's been referred to as the show and tell day where you brought out.
Yeah.
So my impression is Hannah is very pretty organized right now in taking care of her legal fate. In other words, she's very good at looking after herself. Yes, she's dressed appropriately. She's making the right noises. She's got a lawyer with her, right? So I mean, she's perfect. But then the question is, who was that other Hannah 2 weeks ago? Who was she? I mean, this is all fine. This is fine. This is good. But who is that other person?
Pretty much everything, right?
Yeah, we brought out every gun that we had that Seth gave to us, and
Thanks so much, Drunken Terror.
the director really just wanted a lot of options for people, especially because there are so many big names on this. So he wanted to be sure that all the actors knew that it was possible for them to switch around their guns, and that just because we had thought that they would look good with that gun doesn't mean that they were stuck with it.
Okay. Can you go into a little bit more detail about how this day played out? Like, where did you guys set up this table?
Okay.
And
yeah. So the day played out, we go to the edge of the town and everything, away from all the people working on the other side. They set up a table, they set up an easy up for us, and the prop truck was coming later that day. So that was finally the first day that we got to get the prop truck going.
How long does she go into the day?
I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Was it more than 20 minutes? Let's break so that we can have this uninterrupted, what went on in the day.
And just to be clear, I think what she's talking about is the day of the show and tell. Is that your understanding, Corporal?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I thought it was the day of October 21.
I don't believe so.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to keep going or you want to break?
No, we'll keep going.
Sorry.
Gun safe in my.
Well, we are going to take a break. It looks like trial will resume, trial day 5, with Hannah taking us through October 21st. So there'll probably be some examination of what she said on that day, about that day, and what she says 2 weeks later. So yeah, so we're not going to go any further. Let's just look at the end of the day here. So a heck of a lot of investigation and resources and effort. And at the end of the day, even if Hannah is convicted, I don't know whether she'll go to prison. And if she does go to prison, I don't know if it'll be more than a year or so. So, how can I put this? Although I really do think Halyna's life deserved a trial and accountability, at the end of the day, I'm not sure what the sentence will be. It could be anywhere between nothing and maybe 3 years. I don't know if you saw Hannah yawning there. Anywhere between nothing and 3 years. Of course, there's another issue as well, which is Alec Baldwin's trial. And I've got to say the part that I'm the most concerned about is when something like this happens, can somebody tell the truth? That's the part I'm most concerned about. And I feel like the answer is no, that the default setting when something like this happens is lie, cover up, try and get away with it, whatever. And that is the same psychology that got you into this problem to begin with. By not doing the work, by not putting in the effort, you end up you end up with things like this taking place. The part that I think bothers me the most about the John Benet Ramsey case, the Madeleine McCann case, this case, is the amount of effort someone will go to tell a story. And you can't help thinking, if only you went to that kind of effort inside the story that you were in. Why is that? And my wish is that, me covering this case, there are only 130 of you watching, me covering Madeleine McCann, me covering John Benet Ramsey, my wish is that you guys also care about the fact that we seem to live in a culture that lying and covering things up is almost like a default setting. I had a neighbor who complained about a tree blocking the light, and someone came and just kept cutting the tree down, and I eventually confronted her and she said, no, I never complained about it. But the solution to that problem was just that she came straight to me and said, it really upsets me that this tree blocks out the light and it makes it dark. Then I would have said, okay, I'll sort that out for you. And then I would have sorted it out. Instead, you've got one person talking to another person, talking to another person, talking to another person, going behind your back. Why are people like that? Why can't people just be fucking honest? Why isn't honesty a default setting? So, that is something that I wish our culture would raise its standards on. I don't know if it's something that you feel strongly about. I certainly do. When I think about it, I feel like so many people in my life, close to me, but also my government, so many people in the institutions that I went to, lied or were dishonest or basically manipulated you in some way. And how different our lives could be just if the people around us were honest. Right? And it's kind of up to you, because I mean, even dishonest people in the true crime community that are sort of in true crime doing the lie spotting thing, but in the midst of that, there's even dishonesty. Right? the only way you're going to have a culture of honesty is if the culture, the community care about it. And I think you've got to kind of ask yourself, how is honesty good for the greater good? How is honesty the best policy? I know how it is in my life. I don't know if you guys have thought about it in yours, but I hope you have. But I mean, this is a good example of death by 1,000 cuts, right? On this film set, the Rust film set, it wasn't just Hannah that was maybe cutting a corner or two. It wasn't just another person who was cutting a corner. It was lots of people cutting a corner, but guess what? Ultimately, somebody paid the ultimate price for that. And you can see her behind me. A 40-year-old woman is dead because someone didn't go into the sort of level of effort that they were supposed to. And that someone could be you, right? That someone could be you because someone else wasn't honest. And I mean, Hannah is also associated with some friends of hers were drinking. And I'm not blaming the world's problems on Hannah. I'm just saying sometimes we need to improve our standards on the people around us. Are you qualified to do something? Do you really care about what you are doing? Do you care about the people around you given what you're supposed to be doing? One of the things I care about in the true crime space is I want you to learn how to think critically. I don't want to be the big star, the big influencer, but you've got to come to me just to be my audience. I want you to go back into your life and perceive things in your life that are going to help you in your life. The ability to discern reality from fiction and fakery is becoming a real skill and a real necessary skill in this day and age. I want to help you with that. I don't want to be part of the environment that dupes you and manipulates you at your expense, but then I benefit from that, right? I want you to learn to be a more effective person in your life and in your world, right? And it is hard, and it's not, sometimes when I'm telling you something, it's not maybe what you want to hear, and maybe it's not the nicest story that I'm telling you. But I can tell you it is important, and it is going to help you in your life if you apply that. Staying curious, not accepting what everybody says at face value, and critical thinking, all of that kind of thing. But also holding those in your community accountable to a certain standard, the same standard that you apply to yourself, right? Aren't the standards in our society dropping precipitously? The standards that we hold in terms of truth, in terms of justice. Do we still really care about justice, or is justice just a spectacle? Is it just about shock value? So I'm glad that a couple of you do get what I'm saying. So can you see, I see this movie and what happened in it as a symbol for a lot of people fucking around, messing around, and in the end, somebody pays a price for it. And if that's not enough to wake those people up, right? There's still people who after somebody dies, do they come forward and say what really happened? Or do they continue to lie about it? Then isn't that the recipe for that disaster repeating itself? And so what wakes someone up except the community demanding justice? The community demanding that the truth be told about something where people aren't telling the truth. And if enough people demand the truth, we will get the truth. If there are enough people who are lazy about the truth, well, you'll end up with the world that we're living in. And, confrontation isn't easy either. confronting someone, you haven't been honest with me, or you haven't been honest enough with me. So anyway, that's where we are. I look forward to seeing you guys for day 5, and I think it should be quite interesting, the testimony that she gives on about November 21st with the lawyer present. Thank you everyone for being here. I really appreciate it. There were some stressful moments for us here in chat, but we got through it. Take care. I know it's late where you are. I know Timmy wants to sleep, but take care. Really appreciate all your contributions, all your comments, and your interest. I really do appreciate it. What a nice note to end on. Maria says, you've helped me realize so many things. Your words have a big weight. You help people in so many ways, and that's the difference with your channel. Thank you so much. I really needed to hear that and end this on a little bit of a high note for myself. Appreciate that. If you're new here, I am the author of quite a few books, and we'll let you know about those in due course. A big thank you to Chelsea, who's been here for pretty much the whole time, and Terry Dean as well, and Stephanie, who popped in at one stage, and then also a big thank you to many of the the true crime rocket science community. Liesel, with your sharing your opinion, always very good to hear. Good to see your thoughts. And I'll leave it on that point, highlighted by Yvonne. It's also great to have you with us. We like to be an authentic group on YouTube, and that makes us a little bit different. We're not quite as exciting, but I think we are. Our hearts are true. Our hearts are in the right place. Anyway, that's all from me. I'll see you guys tomorrow, same time, pretty much same place. And I hope you guys sleep well. Sweet dreams. Bye, everyone. Thanks again. Take care.
I got nightmares in my head, I feel